Chapter 165. Among the different planes, there were many planes that had gods guarding them. Those gods were experienced and knowledgeable, and had a certain understanding of the world of warlocks. Many planes had been invaded by the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Mechanical Golem Legion. If Yang Feng had brought his Mechanical Legion to another plane from the start, then there would only be one outcome, and that was to become enemies with everyone on the other plane. If he won, then so be it, but if he lost, then the entire Mechanical Legion would be destroyed. With Yang Feng's current strength, he still couldn't challenge a god, let alone become enemies with an entire plane. Yang Feng also had a clear understanding of Tyrannid subcontinent's power structure, as well as the successful establishment of the portable fortified stronghold. Only then did he truly begin to launch an attack on the underworld. After the huge Mechanical Legion entered the underworld, after marching for a dozen kilometers, an extremely majestic 100 tall city wall with 9 5-story tall warlock pagodas built on top of the city wall appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. In the center of the huge demonic snake fortress, there was a 500 tall large purification tower. The large purification tower emitted traces of radiance that shrouded the entire demonic snake fortress. In the dark underground world, the demonic snake fortress was like a bright pearl blooming with light. Moreover, it was very strange that the radiance emitted by demonic snake fortress was merely limited to within 500 m of it. The area outside was still shrouded in endless darkness. At the same time, the various poisonous insects of the underworld didn't pounce towards demonic snake fortress. This was the power of human warlocks. There were a lot of ordinary people living in demonic snake fortress. It was due to the effect of the large purification tower that ordinary people could live in demonic snake fortress without falling sick or dying. Only warlocks who were proficient in the knowledge of countless extraordinary life forms and possessed formidable power could build a human fortress in the dangerous underworld. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion had just approached demonic snake fortress, when loud and clear alarms sounded inside demonic snake fortress. The elite Dark Elven warriors stationed inside demonic snake fortress quickly returned to their posts, clenched the weapons in their hands, and looked into the distance with solemn expressions. Enemy attack. How come they're here so quickly? Beverly was startled. She quickly put on the priest robe, held the scepter, and rushed to the city wall of the demonic snake fortress. Among the Dark Elves, the matriarchs of the 13 clans were part-time priests, and the Great Matriarch was the High Priest of the Dark Elves. It didn't matter if the matriarchs were mages, warriors, or druids. Once they became matriarchs, they would have to become priestesses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be recognized by Goddess Lolth and wouldn't be able to become the matriarch of a clan. In Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world, the Dark Elves were governed by a combination of politics and religion. As soon as Beverly ascended the city wall, she saw numerous level 8 primary battle robots in the distance. She felt a chill in her heart. How come there are so many powerful alchemy puppets? Beverly was not afraid of 1 or 2 level 8 primary battle robots. Even if the number of level 8 primary battle robots reached 100, Beverly was still confident in destroying them. With the help of the various defensive weapons in the demonic snake fortress, Beverly was confident that she could destroy 1,000 demonic snake fortresses and obtain victory in the end. But outside the demonic snake fortress, there was a dense swarm of level 8 primary battle robots. That terrifying number made Beverly feel some despair. A voice came from the center of the dense swarm of primary battle robots, urging them to surrender. I'm Yang Tai, one of the 10 marshals of Steel City's Mechanical Legion. People inside the demonic snake fortress, listen up. If you immediately surrender and pledge allegiance to Steel City, we'll give you a way out. If you resist, we'll kill you without mercy. Steel City's trash, you want us to surrender? That's impossible. Go to hell. Beverly gave a furious roar, her figure shook, and she flew to the top of the city wall. She aimed at Yang Feng with the level 3 secret treasure star splitter bow in her hands, madly urged her life force, and shot. A dark green radiance shot towards Yang Feng amidst the swarm of robots like a shooting star. The level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Yang Feng raised their shields, and protective covers suddenly rose, blocking in front of Yang Feng. The dark green arrow shot at the level 8 shield soldiers' level 3 energy cover, instantly piercing through the level 3 energy cover and piercing through the super alloy shield. The arrow pierced into the body of the level 8 shield soldier, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. This scene set off bursts of cheers from above the city wall. The morale of the Dark Elves rose greatly. Beverly's complexion, however, was slightly pale, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. That arrow of hers contained all of her strength. She originally thought that it could pierce through the 10 shield troops, and then conveniently kill Yang Feng. But that arrow had only pierced through a level 8 shield troop. The defensive strength of the shield troops was beyond her imagination. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Fool." The figure of the level 8 shield troop that had its body pierced by Beverly's arrow shook, and it stood up. Its body was still pierced by Beverly's arrow. As long as the control chip, propulsion furnace, and other core components weren't hit, then even if the arrow pierced through the head, it wouldn't have any effect on the level 8 shield troop. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Dark Elves above Demonic Snake Fortress flashed with a touch of fear and despair. Their morale at once dropped to the freezing point. Beverly was the commander of Demonic Snake Fortress, as well as the most powerful being in Demonic Snake Fortress. Her battle prowess was comparable to that of a human level 3 warlock. Such a peerless expert's all-out attack couldn't even kill a single alchemical golem, while the number of alchemical golems below was calculated in the tens of thousands. This disparity in battle prowess was simply despairing. Yang Feng waved his hand and said flatly, "Attack." The eyes of the originally motionless beast-type bladed troops flashed with red light, and 30,000 beast-type bladed troops madly rushed forward, shaking the earth. Fire! Fire! From above Demonic Snake Fortress, countless arrows, as if raindrops, shot towards the beast-type bladed troops. When the arrows hit the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops, they were immediately ricocheted. The peerless archery of the Dark Elves, the archery that made the countless races of the underworld tremble with fear, was completely useless in front of the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops. This was a complete suppression of technology. Seeing this scene, the pretty complexions of the Dark Elves above the city wall changed, and their beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. Beverly shouted loudly, "Night Scimitar Ballistas, use the Night Scimitar Ballistas." The Night Scimitar Ballistas embedded with 36 superior magic stones, up to 6 m long, engraved with countless exquisite patterns, and manufactured from the trunk of the precious Night Scimitar sacred tree were pushed out. The Night Scimitar Ballistas were one of the most formidable weapons of the Dark Elves. Once they were launched, even a great warlock rank expert might be able to seriously injure them, or even kill them. However, the manufacturing of the Night Scimitar Ballistas was extremely difficult, and there were only 20 of them in the entire Demonic Snake Fortress. Behind the 20 Night Scimitar Ballistas stood 20 Dark Elven wizards. They silently recited incantations, pointed at the Night Scimitar Ballistas, and magic radiances entered the Night Scimitar Ballistas. The power of 36 superior magic stones was frantically extracted from the bodies of the Night Scimitar Ballistas, and entered them. In a split second, 20 Night Scimitar blades erupted in a flash, and directly chopped at the charging beast-type bladed troops. The 20 Night Scimitar blades were extremely sharp, and each Night Scimitar easily cut open the beast-type bladed troops' protective covers, and chopped them in half. Each Night Scimitar blades chopped at least 10 beast-type bladed troops in half. With this attack, more than 200 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in half. However, with this attack, 720 superior magic stones were also directly crushed. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a trace of a smile. "Such an amazing alchemical weapon, I must seize it." The greater the might of alchemical weapons like the Night Scimitar Ballistas, the more Yang Feng liked them. In a lot of planes, robots would be attacked by God-rank experts once they appeared. However, alchemical weapons like the night scimitar ballistas wouldn't attract the attention of gods. Under the delight of seeing a prey, Yang Feng didn't order the mechanical artillery troops to cover the area with artillery fire, but instead continued to have the beast-type bladed troops crazily charge against the night scimitar ballistas' attacks. The night scimitar ballistas only fired 2 volleys, and more than 500 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in half. The remaining beast-type bladed troops had already rushed in front of demonic snake fortress. At this moment, Beverly waved her lily-white hand, and a mass of awakening magic powder fluttered in the wind, before sprinkling it on the black giant blood-sucking rattans coiled around the fortress's city wall. Those huge black blood-sucking vines were extraordinary plants that the Cartman family, which Beverly belonged to, had spent 500 years to cultivate. As soon as they were sprinkled with the awakening magic powder, they were immediately transformed and instantly evolved into dark intelligent Traians. The originally motionless black giant blood-sucking rattans suddenly erupted, and ferociously whipped the beast-type bladed troops, sending them flying. Hundreds and thousands of beast-type bladed troops were whipped away by the black giant blood-sucking rattans transformed into dark wisdom Traians. The protective covers of many beast-type bladed troops were even broken, and then, under the effect of the terrifying power, they were twisted and their components scattered. Beverly also heaved a slight sigh of relief. The Underworld's third layer, City of Dark Elves Great Temple, Holy Spring Divine Pool. Great Mistress, there's an urgent military report. A melodious voice came from outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Cheyenne didn't have the slightest intention of letting that person in, and said coldly, "What's the matter, speak." An anxious voice came from outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen, Mistress Beverly's fate is unknown. Steel City's Mechanical Legion has already broken through the first layer of the underworld. We've also lost contact with the few reconnaissance points in the second layer of the underworld. Cheyenne's pretty face paled and she barked, "What? Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen? How is that possible? There are 30,000 elite warriors of my clan inside Demonic Snake Fortress. Furthermore, there's also Mistress Beverly, so how could they not even defend for a day? You dare to deceive me?" Demonic Snake Fortress had Beverly guarding it, as well as 30,000 elite Dark Elven warriors and several hundred Dark Elven wizards. Even if a great warlock came to attack, it still wouldn't be that easy to capture. At the very least, it could last for 2 to 3 days. And 2 to 3 days was already enough for the Dark Elves to react. However, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion was so terrifying that it was far beyond Cheyenne's imagination. It easily flattened Demonic Snake Fortress, and then, as if entering an uninhabited area, charged towards the direction of the City of Dark Elves. The melodious voice sounded once again, "Great Mistress, I definitely wouldn't dare to deceive you. All the information has been verified by us, there's absolutely no falsehood. We've also used divine spells to test it. Please come out and preside over the overall situation, and lead us to annihilate all those freaks." Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed, she was so shocked by the grievous news that she was practically speechless. With Cheyenne's strength, it would take her at least half a year to get rid of the radiation energy within her body and restore her fleshly body. During this period of time, she wouldn't be able to leave the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Once her weakness was discovered, then she might end up in a miserable state. Cheyenne pondered for a moment, and then said, "Let Joanna. No, let Beatrice preside over the overall situation. Send people to the Evil Eye Tyrant, the Caveman, the Great Fiend Barak, the Magma Giant and the Black Dragon Monarch for help. As long as they're willing to help, then try your best to agree to their demands." In the underworld, there were a lot of formidable races that were forced by human warlocks to the point where they couldn't continue living, and could only escape to the underworld to reproduce. After several millennia of recuperation, a lot of formidable beings comparable to great warlock rank had been born. However, just like the surface world's human forces, they weren't united in their schemes. The major clans in the underground world were also scheming against each other for resources. Cheyenne was also forced into a corner, and had no choice but to ask for help from the experts of other forces. What was certain was that even if those forces were willing to send troops to help, the Dark Elves would still have to pay an extremely painful price. Yes. Great Matriarch. The dark elven maid standing outside the holy spring divine pool's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She responded respectfully, and then retreated. The city of dark elves, in a villa's hot spring. A beautiful woman with long blue hair and an extremely beautiful appearance, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, was embracing the dark elven maid who had reported the military situation to Cheyenne. The beautiful woman, who was attractive to both men and women, gave a sweet smile, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she said in a low voice, "In such a critical situation, Cheyenne still isn't willing to preside over the overall situation. It seems that in the battle at Steel City, she was indeed seriously injured as the rumors said. Even at such a critical juncture, she still isn't willing to hand over the authority to me, and instead handed it over to that slut Beatrice. It seems that she's really on guard against me." This extremely beautiful woman, who was attractive to both men and women, was the legendary Joanna among the underworld's dark elves. She was also one of the three great warlock rank experts among the dark elves. Cheyenne, Romulage and Joanna, these three were the three great warlock rank experts among the dark elves. In terms of different planes power system, they were the three great legend rank experts among the dark elves. Among them, Romulage was an elusive loner and assassin, with practically no one having seen her true appearance. Cheyenne was the great matriarch's high priestess, while Joanna was a divine archer, possessing the most formidable archery among the dark elves. If Cheyenne perished, then Joanna was the most promising candidate to take over the position of great matriarch, therefore, Cheyenne was very on guard against Joanna. Joanna's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she said coldly, "Since you're so on guard against me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ding! 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 Within the city of dark elves, the dark moon divine bell, which could only be rung at a moment of life and death for the dark elves, suddenly sounded. The complexions of the city of dark elves' upper echelon changed, and they quickly gathered in the direction of the temple. Once the dark moon divine bell's bell rang, all the upper echelon had to gather in the temple. If they were negligent, then the entire family would be regarded as a rebel of the dark elves, and the entire family would be exterminated. The upper echelon of the dark elves quickly arrived at the temple. Inside the temple, they saw Joanna, dressed in a military attire, sitting on the throne that only the great matriarch could sit on. The complexions of the upper echelon of the dark elves suddenly changed, their hearts thumped, and a trace of an ominous premonition welled up inside them. Under the enticement of the goddess Lolth, the dark elves had become depraved and lascivious, incessantly plotting and scheming. Within the same race, there were incessant conquests, and even within the same family, there were incessant conspiracies. One of Cheyenne's confidants creased his eyebrows, then stepped forward and loudly denounced, "Madam Joanna, that's the throne that only the great matriarch can sit on. You've overstepped." Joanna said with a faint smile, "Cheyenne can no longer manage matters. From today onwards, I'm the new great matriarch. All of you, why don't you immediately pay respects to the new great matriarch?" The upper echelon of the dark elves in the temple looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The pretty complexion of Cheyenne's confidant changed, and she loudly denounced, "The great matriarch Cheyenne is still here, how can you become the new great matriarch? You're rebelling. Joanna, it's not too late for you to stop. Otherwise, once the great matriarch Cheyenne appears, you'll end up like the drow spider and resentful soulspawn." Drow spider and resentful soulspawn were dark elves who had lost in all kinds of struggles, and were tortured by all kinds of inhumane secret methods, before being refined into freaks. The dark elves were extremely afraid that they would turn into such freaks after death. In that case, their souls wouldn't be able to rest in peace after death, and they wouldn't be able to enter the divine country of the goddess Lolth. Joanna smiled slightly, then her figure shook, and she appeared in front of Cheyenne's confidant. With a flash of a sword ray, Cheyenne's confidant, whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a level 2 warlock, was chopped into two, and blood spilled on the ground. The vitality of Cheyenne's confidant was extremely tenacious. After being chopped into two, she still didn't die immediately, and instead issued extremely mournful screams. Joanna stomped on the head of Cheyenne's confidant, and very ferociously crushed it. She then smiled towards the surrounding upper echelon of the Dark Elves and asked, "Who else wants to question my position as the Great Matriarch?" "Greetings, Great Matriarch." The upper echelon of the Dark Elves looked at each other, and then immediately took advantage of the situation and said respectfully. Since Joanna had already summoned the upper echelon of the Dark Elves, then she was bound to have set up an ambush. The upper echelon of the Dark Elves were also old foxes who had experienced countless conspiracies and coups, so how could they throw away their lives in vain? Even Cheyenne's confidants lowered their heads obediently. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. "Very well. I know that most of you aren't convinced by me, but it doesn't matter. Come with me, I'll let you see what Great Matriarch Cheyenne looks like now." After saying that, Joanna turned around and walked towards the Holy Spring Divine Pool with large strides. The upper echelon of the Dark Elves looked at each other, then followed behind Joanna and walked towards the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the gate outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool, which was enchanted with a formidable defensive spell, was directly smashed to pieces. Joanna took the lead and walked into the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Looking at Cheyenne, who was soaking in the Holy Spring Divine Pool, she said with a faint smile, "Big Sister Cheyenne, I've come to see you." Cheyenne turned around with great difficulty and looked at Joanna with a bitter expression, a touch of despair flashing in her beautiful eyes. The upper echelon of the Dark Elves behind Joanna also saw Cheyenne soaking in the Holy Spring Divine Pool. She had lost both her legs, but her head was still as beautiful as a flower, while her body was covered with all kinds of sinister radiation tumors. Long live Great Matriarch Joanna! Long live Great Matriarch Joanna! Seeing Cheyenne's miserable state, the upper echelon of the Dark Elves behind Joanna immediately changed their attitude and loudly praised Joanna. One of Cheyenne's confidants very shamelessly knelt in front of Joanna and said respectfully, "Great Matriarch, can you allow me to kill this traitor who colluded with humans? This traitor has committed a heinous crime. I'll make her into a fine sculpture and offer it to you." Chapter 167. Great Matriarch, I'm willing to personally turn this traitor into a drow spider and let her suffer until she dies. Great Matriarch, I want to turn her into a resentful soul goblin. Her wails will certainly be very pleasant to hear. Cheyenne's confidants scrambled to curry favor with Joanna, shamelessly switching sides. The losers of the Dark Elf struggle were very miserable. Therefore, they switched sides very quickly. Is this us Dark Elves? It was too ugly. We were noble, holy, and loyal High Elves. Joanna looked at Cheyenne's confidants scrambling to curry favor with her. Not only was she not happy, but her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of deep sorrow. Dark Elves were High Elves who were seduced by Spider Queen Lolth. Their ancestors were noble, holy, loyal, and powerful High Elves. If the High Elves encountered such a coup, Cheyenne's faction would definitely loyally protect their master until they all died in battle. But now, those former Cheyenne's confidants were racking their brains, wanting to use all kinds of evil means to torture their former master. Many of these means made Joanna's heart slightly cold, making her unable to feel happy. Cheyenne's complexion was pale, but she tried her best to remain calm. "Joanna, you win. I only ask you one thing, kill me yourself and give me a quick death. In exchange, I'll tell you the location of my private property and some precious ancient books." One of Cheyenne's former confidants spat on Cheyenne's face and viciously cursed, "Pa, you slut, you're only fit to mate with those lowly dragons and give birth to more powerful weapons of war for us dark elves." One of Cheyenne's former confidants flattered Joanna, "Great matriarch, the caveman, the evil-eye tyrant, the great fiend Barak, and the black dragon king, these 4 experts are very interested in this slut. It would be better to take her and have the 4 experts mate with her in exchange for their support." Joanna listened to the shameless words of Cheyenne's former confidants. Her complexion became more and more gloomy, and there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Suddenly, a dark elf said with a panicked expression, "Not good. Not good. Steel City's mechanical legion is less than 20 kilometers away from our city." "What? How is that possible? How did they get here so quickly?" "Impossible. How could they get here so quickly? How is that possible? Don't tell me they're rushing towards us without eating, drinking, or resting. What about logistics? What about logistics?" The eyes of the dark elves revealed a trace of shock as they discussed spiritedly, their eyes flickering with disbelief. Joanna did not panic. She ordered coldly, "Seal her up." A dark elf took out a pair of magic restraining shackles and quickly handcuffed Cheyenne. Anti-magic shackles were mystical secret treasures. Once shackled by anti-magic shackles, then even a great warlock rank expert's power would be sealed, unable to break free independently. Naturally, these anti-magic shackles were very precious. There were only 10 of them in the entire Dark Elven race, and they were only used on the most dangerous and powerful criminals. The entire city of Dark Elves was in chaos. Countless Dark Elven warriors quickly arrived at their posts, ready for battle. The city of Dark Elves was Dark Elven clan's most formidable stronghold in the underworld, as well as their most solid fortress. Within the city of Dark Elves, the number of Dark Elves reached as high as 1,300,000, and the number of adult Dark Elves reached about 1 million. Every adult Dark Elf was a formidable warrior, especially in a place shrouded in darkness like the underworld, where their strength would be greatly boosted. Moreover, the city of Dark Elves had stockpiled a large number of weapons, as if it was an impregnable stronghold. Anyone who wanted to capture the city of Dark Elves would have to pay a painful price. Moreover, the city of Dark Elves had a large number of weapons hoarded, as if it was an impregnable stronghold. Anyone who wanted to capture the city of Dark Elves would have to pay a painful price. So this is the city of Dark Elves. It looks like it will be somewhat troublesome to capture it. Young Feng looked at the city of Dark Elves amidst the huge mechanical legion, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The city of Dark Elves' city wall was up to 150 m tall, with all kinds of incomparably thick ancient vines crawling around the city wall. Moreover, above the city wall, there were all kinds of strange extraordinary plants, giving people a feeling that they shouldn't be trifled with. In the very center of the city of Dark Elves, there was a huge temple. The huge temple exuded incomparably sacred fluctuations, shrouding the entire city of Dark Elves. Young Feng had once read records pertaining to the city of Dark Elves. Ever since the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, Dawn Dynasty, the Dark Elves had built the city of Dark Elves under the guidance of the goddess Lolth. Tyrannid subcontinent's human warlocks had once launched an expedition against the underworld, but it had ended in failure. More than 500,000 human troops had perished beneath the city of Dark Elves, their corpses piling up like mountains. The biggest reason for the human warlocks' defeat was the temple of the goddess Lolth at the very center of the city of Dark Elves. In the battle that decided the fate of the Dark Elves, countless Dark Elves had prayed in the temple of the goddess Lolth. The temple had released terrifying divine light, prohibiting flight, strengthening the city wall's defenses, weakening the fighting spirit of the attackers, weakening the power of all kinds of hostile spells, strengthening their own courage, upgrading their physical constitution, and upgrading the might of their own magic power. Under the strengthening of the temple of the goddess Lolth, the Dark Elves had erupted with terrifying battle prowess, nearly wiping out the human expeditionary army of more than 1 million people in one fell swoop. In the underworld, there were many dangers. The human expeditionary army had won, so be it. But once they were defeated, only the peak warlocks could escape from the underworld back to the surface world. The rest had died tragically at the jaws of all kinds of demonic insects and poisonous creatures in the underworld. Ever since that battle, the humans hadn't launched any more large-scale expeditions to the underground world, instead choosing to establish strongholds. If Yang Feng hadn't used nuclear warheads to kill the 3 black dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves in one fell swoop, as well as seriously injuring the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Shaena, then he definitely wouldn't have dared to invade the city of Dark Elves with his main force. One after another, primary battle robots emerged from the dimensional troop carriers, causing the number of Yang Feng's mechanical legion to rise from 200,000 to 1 million. The 1 million level 8 primary battle robots, this was the main legion that Yang Feng had produced with all kinds of resources he had scoured for years. Once the 1 million level 8 primary battle robots were destroyed, then 2/3 of Yang Feng's mechanical legion would be destroyed, and several years of hard work would be wasted. With the whole world as his enemy, Yang Feng definitely wouldn't be able to persevere for too long. He could only wash the land with nuclear warheads until the nuclear warhead tactic was cracked. This plane's human warlocks had conquered countless planes, they were experienced and knowledgeable, and possessed countless reserves of knowledge. Furthermore, they had absorbed the knowledge of countless other planes, and created countless mystical spells. The nuclear warhead tactic had a fatal weakness. Once that weakness was discovered by warlocks, cracking it would only be slightly difficult for them, that's all. The weapons in the hands of the level 8 beast-type bladed troops as the main force were no longer electric batons, but rather the most powerful high-frequency oscillation blades. The city of Dark Elves wasn't a human city like Demonic Snake Fortress. Demonic Snake Fortress didn't have any human warlocks, it was basically unable to display its terrifying battle prowess. Yang Feng was very clear that he could easily occupy Demonic Snake Fortress, without any losses. As for the city of Dark Elves, Yang Feng didn't have full confidence in capturing it. I'm Yang Tai, one of Steel City's 10 marshals. People of the city of Dark Elves, listen up, immediately surrender and pledge allegiance to Steel City, and we'll give you a way out. Otherwise, after the city is breached, you'll all become Steel City's slaves, never to be able to transcend. The 3 black dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves have already been eliminated by Steel City, and your great matriarch Shaena has also been seriously injured by Steel City. Your allies, the Hellion clan, have also betrayed you. Take a look, who is this? Yang Feng waved his hand, and the rock giant Bonardine stepped out from the battle array, before facing upwards and issuing a long howl. I'm the rock giant Bonardine, under the orders of the undying Hellion monarch Napman, I came to help Steel City in a crusade against your Dark Elven clan. That's the rock giant Bonardine. It's really Bonardine, he's Napman's right-hand man. Could it be that the Hellion clan betrayed our alliance? When they saw the rock giant Bonardine, the pretty complexions of the Dark Elves changed, and a touch of fear flashed past the abyss of their beautiful eyes. In the underworld's races, purely in terms of strength, the Hellion clan was far stronger than the Dark Elves. However, the Dark Elves believed in the goddess Lolth, and had the support of the goddess Divine Power. In actual battles, the Dark Elves would often suppress the Hellion clan. After drawing support from the goddess Loltha's divine power, the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Shaena's strength was infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky warlock, and her battle prowess could be rated as the #1 expert of the underworld's races. Thus, the Dark Elven clan suppressed the underworld's major races, and obtained the right to speak in the allied forces of the underworld's races. However, the strength of the Hellion clan was absolutely tyrannical, and their experts were as common as clouds. Once the Hellion clan sided with Steel City, then the situation would be unthinkable. Chapter 168. Joanna was full of bewilderment, and her pretty face surged with a touch of wavering. Hellions are siding with Steel City, how is that possible? Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Cover the area with artillery fire." The 50,000 artillery troops adjusted their muzzles, and launched a volley of artillery fire towards the city of dark elves. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of cannons roared in unison, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The dense volley of artillery fire landed on the city of dark elves' city wall, and more than 3,000 dark elves were killed or wounded in a single volley of artillery fire. Miserable screams came from among the dark elves. What a frightening magic artillery! Above the city of dark elves' city wall, the dark elves hid under the cover of the city wall, their hearts brimming with fear. This city of dark elves is really a tough nut to crack. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and a touch of graveness flashed past the abyss of his eyes. He had watched very carefully a moment ago. The scope of the artillery fire of the artillery troops should have a diameter of 45 meters. But there was a mysterious force shrouding the city of dark elves, forcibly suppressing the scope of the artillery fire to about 3 meters. Moreover, the simultaneous barrage of the 50,000 artillery troops, if it was on Earth, could completely shave off a small hill. However, when the 50,000 artillery shells bombarded the city of dark elves, they merely left behind traces of smoke, and were unable to shake the city of dark elves in the slightest. Yang Feng had the 50,000 artillery troops carry out 2 volleys of artillery fire in a row, but the effect of the shelling was getting worse and worse. Above the city wall, the dark elves hid in the caverns of the city of dark elves, and weren't affected by the artillery fire in the slightest. Countless dark elves had already entered the temple of the goddess Lolth, prostrated themselves on the ground, and prayed very respectfully. Tremendous and pure faith power entered the statue of the goddess Lolth in the center of the temple, and then released formidable and pure divine power through the statue, firmly guarding the city of dark elves. After being blessed by the divine power of the goddess Lolth for several millennia, the city of dark elves had already begun to transcend the ordinary, and possessed terrifying might. The city of dark elves was the greatest foundation of dark elves, as well as the greatest capital for dark elves to gain a foothold in the underworld. Mortals believed in gods, and gods protected mortals. The survival ability of a race that had the protection of a god was much stronger than other races. Because of this, many races in different planes had gods that they believed in. Those gods would also protect the races they protected, and the two were interdependent. Even the world of warlocks, before the rise of the first warlock dynasty, was also a world ruled by the ancient gods. All races believed in the ancient gods and were ruled by the ancient gods. After the rise of the first warlock dynasty's Time Lord, he led the human warlocks to kill, seal, and refine the ancient gods that ruled the world one by one, knocking the gods off their pedestals, and thus establishing the first glorious first warlock dynasty. Ever since the first warlock dynasty, human warlocks had continuously developed and strengthened, possessing power surpassing that of gods. Only then did they attack other planes everywhere, plundering their knowledge and civilization inheritances. In the colonization war of other planes, human warlocks encountered ancient demons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, giants, dragons, and other powerful enemies. Among them, the most powerful enemies were the gods from other planes. When the 8th Warlock dynasty attacked a plane that had the protection of a powerful god, it fought against that plane's powerful god until both sides suffered. Coupled with the internal strife within the dynasty, only then did it collapse. It was precisely because the gods were so powerful that even though the goddess Lolth was licentious and shameless, inciting the dark elves to kill each other and torture each other for fun, those dark elves still respectfully believed in her for several millennia, not daring to slight her in the slightest. Strength was the truth, weakness was a sin. Assault helicopters. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly when he saw that the effects of the bombardment weren't great, and he ordered. 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters suddenly took off, flew to an altitude of 300 meters, and then flew towards the city of dark elves. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Once the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters could fly into the city of Dark Elves, then he could directly use airdrop tactics, and directly airdrop 100,000 beast-type bladed troops into the city of Dark Elves. When the 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were 200 meters away from the city of Dark Elves, they suddenly swayed. Although their propellers were constantly rotating, yet they didn't give rise to any hurricanes. They swayed and instantly fell from the sky to the ground. With a loud boom, they turned into 20 fireballs and exploded. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The no space restriction array is indeed flawless. If the city of Dark Elves didn't have the no space restriction array, then it would have already been captured by human warlocks. There was no lack of flight spells among human warlocks, and there were also many human warlocks who cultivated large numbers of flight extraordinary life forms. If they could fly, then with a single explosion, the city of Dark Elves would be insta-killed. Attack! Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he immediately ordered. After Yang Feng contributed Demonic Snake Fortress, he practically didn't stop. He traveled day and night straight towards the city of Dark Elves, in order to capture the city of Dark Elves before they had the time to gather their allies. Once the Dark Elves gathered all of their powerful allies, then the difficulty of capturing the city of Dark Elves would increase by more than tenfold. The electronic eyes of the 100,000 beast-type bladed troops flashed with radiances, and they charged forward together. In a split second, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, the earth shook. Joanna ordered coldly, "Night Scimitar ballistas, fire." Among the ballista positions in the city of Dark Elves, radiances flashed, and 300 Night Scimitar ballistas fired at the same time. 300 Night Scimitar ballistas were shot in a flash, entering the densely packed group of beast-type bladed troops. Under the guidance of the Dark Elven Wizard, the 300 Night Scimitar ballistas chopped 20 beast-type bladed troops into 2 pieces. With a single strike, 6,000 beast-type bladed troops were directly chopped into 2 pieces, falling on the charging path. The charging 100,000 bladed troops were like wheat being cut, falling in large numbers, with more than 1/20th of the bladed troops being chopped into 2 pieces. The price Dark Elves had to pay was 10,800 superior magic stones, which was equivalent to more than 140 million inferior magic stones. Artillery barrage. Yang Feng no longer thought about seizing anything, and immediately issued an order. The 50,000 heavy artillery once again rumbled, madly shelling the Dark Elves' Night Scimitar ballistas. Warping Force Field. Dark Shadow Wood. Azure Wood Shield. Among the Night Scimitar ballistas, the Dark Elven Wizards cast defensive spells, resisting the bombardment of the heavy artillery. If it was outside the city of Dark Elves, then the Dark Elven Wizards would have already been torn to shreds by the countless artillery barrage. But inside the city of Dark Elves, the might of the artillery barrage was greatly weakened, while the Dark Elven Wizard strength was greatly enhanced. Under the effects of 1+ and 1-, the majority of Yang Feng's heavy artillery barrage was actually forcibly blocked by the Dark Elven Wizards. Merely about 20 Night Scimitar ballistas were smashed by Yang Feng's artillery barrage. Seeing the 6,000 beast-type bladed troops being chopped into 2 pieces, Yang Feng's pupils constricted slightly. He waved his hand, and 10,000 beast-type bladed troops continued to join the charging troops. At the same time, 3,000 engineering robots quickly arrived at the wreckage of the 6,000 beast-type bladed troops, quickly recovering the wreckage and transporting it to the rear. The Night Scimitar ballistas shot by the Night Scimitar ballistas were extremely sharp, even great warlocks couldn't resist them. However, it was precisely because the Moon Scimitar ballistas were too sharp that the damage to the beast-type bladed troops wasn't great. So long as they were slightly repaired, then they could once again enter the battlefield. Suddenly, boulders weighing more than a dozen or even several hundred tons were thrown from the city of Dark Elves, smashing towards the beast-type bladed troops. The boulders fell from a height of 100 meters, directly smashing the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops and smashing them into pieces. At the same time, the beast-type bladed troops were smashed into pieces, with components splashing in all directions. Under the bombardment of the boulders, more than 400 beast-type bladed troops were smashed into pieces, and even exploded. Yang Feng's face twitched slightly when he saw this scene. The bladed troops smashed into pieces by the boulders, even if their wreckage was recovered, but they still needed to be sent back to the surface world's munitions factories to be melted down, only then could they be manufactured again. In other words, Yang Feng couldn't recover them before the end of the war. When the 100,000 beast-type bladed troops arrived before the moat of the City of Dark Elves, they stopped at once. Inside the moat in front of the City of Dark Elves, black liquid was churning, continuously bubbling and emitting traces of black fog. As soon as the beast-type bladed troops approached the moat, many parts of their bodies showed signs of slow corrosion. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Dark Poison River, the most terrifying moat of the City of Dark Elves. Once one falls into it, then even great warlock rank experts will be corroded into slag. Release the arrows. Joanna shouted sternly, and suddenly shot countless arrows from above the City of Dark Elves, shooting towards the beast-type bladed troops. The majority of the arrows were blocked by the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops, but there were still more than 3,000 arrows that pierced through the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops and stabbed into their bodies. Among the more than 3,000 arrows, more than 300 arrows directly exploded, blasting 200 beast-type bladed troops into pieces. In the City of Dark Elves, experts were as common as clouds, and the archery of many archers could even penetrate the protective spells of level 2 warlocks. Under the blessing of the temple, they would become even more powerful. Chapter 169. Thud. 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 As soon as the Dark Elven archers emerged, the 100,000 gunner troops immediately opened fire, and countless Gauss shells shot towards the Dark Elves. In a split second, more than 1,000 Dark Elves above the City of Dark Elves city wall were blown up by the gunner troops. Joanna's complexion changed slightly when she saw this. There were a large number of priests in the City of Dark Elves. With the help of divine power, the priests could cast divine spells to heal the wounded. But after being hit by the Gauss shells, the Dark Elves would either die or be crippled. Unless superior divine spells were cast, it would be very difficult to heal them. The gunner troops' firepower completely suppressed the Dark Elves above the city wall. The engineering robots quickly erected thick steel pontoon bridges above the Poison River. Once the steel pontoon bridges were erected, the 50,000 artillery troops adjusted their muzzles, and madly bombarded the huge ancient trees and vines crawling above the City of Dark Elves. The gunner troops also madly fired at the huge ancient trees and vines with their Gauss shells. Under the frenzied barrage, the huge ancient trees and vines crawling above the City of Dark Elves were broken inch by inch, fell into the moat, issued sizzling sounds, and melted. Joanna's complexion changed slightly, and she barked, "Fuck, wake them up." The druids among the Dark Elves took out precious magic powder and sprinkled it on the huge ancient trees and vines. When the various huge ancient trees and vines were sprinkled with the magic powder, they immediately grew eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, and emitted formidable fluctuations of extraordinary life. White phosphorus incendiary bombs. Under Yang Feng's command, the already prepared powerful incendiary bombs were fired in a flash, and blasted at the huge ancient trees and vines. Boom! Large swathes of flames rose from the ancient vines, burning the ancient vines to the point of letting out incomparably mournful screams. Then, one by one, they were directly burned to death. Rain mist. Water jet. Water element spells were cast, sweeping towards the ancient trees and vines. The rain mist slowly suppressed the flames. Dispel. Standing next to Yang Feng, Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and a formidable dispel erupted in a flash, dispersing the spells cast by the Dark Elven wizards. Countless white phosphorus incendiary bombs were fired once again, exploding on those huge ancient vines. They burned crazily, burning countless huge ancient vines into ashes. In the city of dark elves, there were as many as 30,000 elven wizards. However, the elven mages were scattered on different battlefields, and most of them had to resist various artillery attacks. The elven wizards near the city wall couldn't suppress the great warlock Dephilia. Under the bombardment of Dephilia's dispel spell and white phosphorus incendiary bombs, those incomparably powerful ancient trees and vines were all burnt to ashes. Joanna was slightly startled within, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Human Great Warlock. Steel City actually has a human Great Warlock overseeing it. Human Great Warlocks were definitely the great enemies of the underworld's major races. No matter what kind of battle they were the cornerstone of existence. After the awakened extraordinary ancient trees and vines were burnt to ashes, a dense crowd of beast-type mechanical bladed troops quickly crossed the pontoon and arrived below the city of dark elves. As if big spiders, their 6 mechanical arms were attached to the city wall, advancing alternately and madly climbing up the city wall. Fuck, those freaks. Above the city wall, the dark elves watched as the big spider-like mechanical bladed troops climbed up the city wall, their scalps turned numb and their hearts turned extremely cold. It was the first time that they had seen such a siege method. In the past, if human warlocks wanted to capture the city of dark elves shrouded in the goddess Loltha's divine power, they would have to manufacture catapults, ballistae, scaling ladders and other siege weapons, and then use the siege weapons to advance step by step. The dark elves could rely on the up to 100 meters tall city wall to inflict tremendous damage to the enemies besieging the city. But now, those beast-type mechanical bladed troops had actually climbed up the city wall. This scene was simply appalling. A lot of dark elves could only risk their lives to draw their bows and madly shoot at the beast-type mechanical bladed troops below. A dense crowd of arrows shot at the beast-type mechanical bladed troops, piercing through a lot of them. The dark elven experts had just emerged, when the dense crowd of gunner troops at once enveloped them. Hundreds and thousands of extremely charming dark elves were blasted apart, their corpses falling to the ground from above the city wall. In this decisive battle that would decide Steel City's future, it was impossible for Yang Feng to show mercy to the fairer sex. He could only attack the city of dark elves in the strongest way possible. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to use nuclear weapons to bombard the city of dark elves. Yang Feng had to win this battle. Once he was defeated, there would be no place for him in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Joanna said coldly, "Dispatch the mountain giants." The mountain giants were one of Dark Elven clan's trump cards. Adult mountain giants were up to 30 meters tall, with terrifying defensive strength and an extremely formidable life force. They were categorized as level 4 extraordinary life forms and could contend against great warlock rank experts. In the past several millennia, the entire Dark Elven clan had only subdued 4 mountain giants under the guidance of the goddess Lolth. A Dark Elven beauty said with a bitter smile, "Great Matriarch, you still haven't held the inheritance ceremony and obtained the recognition of the mighty goddess Lolth. You still haven't obtained the divine spells and the dark scepter bestowed by the goddess Lolth. You simply can't command the mountain giants. Once they're awakened, they'll immediately become our enemies." Joanna's pretty face suddenly became very unsightly. The time she had spent seizing power was really too short. Even though the upper echelon of Dark Elven clan had chosen to submit to her, but the power that originally belonged to the great matriarch hadn't been handed over to her. If it was a time of peace, then as long as she performed several wicked sacrifices to the goddess Lolth, she would be able to control the power of the entire Dark Elven clan under the guidance of the goddess Lolth. But she had just rebelled, and Yang Feng had led his troops over. She basically couldn't inherit the power that should belong to the great matriarch. At this moment, the beast-type bladed troops under the cover of the gunner troops and artillery troops climbed the city wall. Once they climbed the city wall, as if moving meat grinders, they rushed into the dark elven camp. A copious amount of blood splashed. The beast-type bladed troops, as if peerless generals, madly slaughtered the dark elves within their range of attack. The countless beast-type bladed troops instantly tore an opening in the midst of the dark elves, before rushing into the city in a steady stream. "Break for me!" A dark elven archer with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 3 human warlock gave a shrill cry and shot an arrow. As if a shooting star, an arrow pierced through the protective cover of a beast-type bladed troop, before exploding and blasting it to pieces. The dark elven archer didn't even have time to gasp for breath, before more than 30 beast-type bladed troops rushed towards her. The nearly 100 spider drow guarding in front of the dark elven archer also rushed over and attacked the beast-type bladed troops. The beast-type bladed troops erupted with a protective cover. After blocking the attacks of the spider drow, they brandished the high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands and easily chopped the spider drow to pieces. The spider drow were considered to be battle golems with excellent martial arts, but in front of the terrifying beast-type bladed troops that combined offense and defense, they were simply unable to withstand a single blow. Bearing the countless fragments, the more than 30 beast-type bladed troops at once rushed before the dark elven archer. The dark elven archer's complexion changed greatly, her figure shook, and she fled towards the rear. When the dark elven fled, she exposed the large number of elite dark elven warriors behind her. The beast-type bladed troops rushed into the midst of the elite dark elven warriors, and started a frenzied massacre. In just a dozen seconds, they killed the more than 100 dark elven warriors at the cost of 0 casualties. Once the beast-type bladed troops entered the city wall, they slaughtered the dark elven warriors as if they were crushing dry weeds. Under the blessing of the Temple of Loltha's divine power, the dark elven warriors were brave and good at fighting, and their battle prowess had increased by more than 50%. But against the beast-type bladed troops, they still didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. Only the most skilled and powerful dark elven archers, who possessed the power to kill warlocks, still continued to resist, as they shot the beast-type bladed troops to death. A steady stream of melting wax demons, spider drow, and all kinds of wicked weapons poured out of the city of dark elves, serving as cannon fodder to meet the beast-type bladed troops, before being chopped into pieces by the beast-type bladed troops. "Master, let me join the battle." The rock giant Bonardine shouted in a muffled voice. Such a bloody battle made his blood boil. Yang Feng shook his head slightly. "Now is still not the time. It's too dangerous for you to go." Inside the city of dark elves, there were more than 100 night scimitar ballistas. The night scimitar ballistas had the terrifying power to threaten great warlock rank experts. Once the rock giant Bonardine rushed into the city of dark elves, there was a possibility that he would be killed. With his huge body, even though it allowed him to obtain terrifying power, but it also made him a huge target, easily hit by weapons like the night scimitar ballistas. If such a good fighter like the rock giant Bonardine were to die in vain in a place like the city of dark elves, then Yang Feng would suffer a great loss. He still wanted to take it to another plane to go on a campaign. The rock giant Bonardine muttered somewhat discontentedly, and then became well-behaved. These days, Yang Feng had already used the liquid metal nanorobots injected into its body to teach it a lesson that would leave a deep impression, making the always violent rock giant become well-behaved. Joanna took out the pitch-black, peerlessly exquisite legend rank bow night star engraved with countless mysterious runes. With the bow in hand, Joanna was in high spirits, and a domineering aura spread from her. Joanna's lily-white hands moved unceasingly. Emerald green arrows containing formidable life force instantly shot out, easily piercing through beast-type bladed troops, and then exploded, blasting the beast-type bladed troops into pieces. In a short 1 minute, more than 100 beast-type bladed troops had been blown to pieces by Joanna. However, Joanna had killed 100 beast-type bladed troops within a minute, yet close to 1,000 bladed troops had jumped up from above the city of Dark Elf city wall. It gave people a feeling of endless despair. Joanna clenched her teeth, and unleashed the secret method Thousand Arrow Rain. The night star in her hands shot out an emerald green arrow, before splitting into 1,000 and madly shooting at the beast-type bladed troops. Thousand Arrow Rain was one of the strongest inherited archery skills of the Dark Elves, and was also an archery skill passed down by a goddess of the Dark Elven divine system. One arrow could attack 1,000 enemies. However, its weakness was that its power was too scattered, and it wasn't useful against powerful enemies. After the 1,000 emerald green arrows hit the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops and set off ripples, they immediately collapsed. Joanna couldn't help but say powerlessly, "Damn it, the defensive strength of these alchemical golems is really too strong." With the help of the legendary Bow Night Star, Joanna's 1,000 Arrow Rain could kill a level 1 warlock, but it was unable to penetrate the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops, making her feel some despair. At this moment, the Night Scimitar ballistas, which were suppressed by Yang Feng's artillery and didn't dare to come out, once again launched. Night Scimitar ballistas suddenly erupted, chopping the beast-type bladed troops in two. More than 4,000 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in a split second. However, the beast-type bladed troops were still pouring into the city of Dark Elves in a steady stream. Under the Dark Elves' all-out resistance, more than 30,000 beast-type bladed troops had already been destroyed. However, there were also 30,000 beast-type bladed troops that had rushed into the city of Dark Elves, as if entering a no-man's land, went on a killing spree, forming rivers of blood wherever they passed. The Dark Elven experts desperately resisted, but could only retreat in defeat. An upper-class Dark Elf couldn't help but ask Joanna, "Great Matriarch, what do we do now?" The gazes of the other upper-class Dark Elves were focused on Joanna, the newly appointed Great Matriarch, thirsting for an answer. Joanna played it down, "What else can we do? Since we can't beat them, then surrender. In any case, it's not like we Dark Elves have never surrendered to humans." Joanna's words gave rise to a great uproar among the upper-class Dark Elves. In the era of the ancient warlocks, even the primary goddess of the Dark Elves Lolth didn't dare to provoke the ancient warlocks, and obediently hid in her divine country, not daring to come out. She was afraid of being caught by the ancient warlocks, and then treated as a pet or a bed-warming slave. Tyrannid subcontinent's Dark Elves were also pets raised by the ancient warlocks. Joanna was incomparably beautiful and had a heroic temperament, which made her feel out of place among the upper echelons of the Dark Elves. Yang Feng said without batting an eyelid, "Isn't Cheyenne the great matriarch of the Dark Elves?" Joanna said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Cheyenne was the great matriarch of the past, while I am the great matriarch of the Dark Elves." Joanna was a great warlock rank expert, moreover, her power wasn't sealed. Even if she was in Yang Feng's lair, she still had the confidence to escape from Yang Feng. Yang Feng said lightly, "Is Cheyenne still alive?" Joanna hesitated for a moment before saying, "She's alive." Yang Feng said lightly, "Leave her to me. Then, I need the Dark Elves to attack the city of Hellions with me. After capturing the city of Hellions, I'll pardon you for your crime of rebellion and abolish your status as slaves of the Dark Elves. Under my command, I won't let anyone do anything unfair to the Dark Elves. Whether it's humans or Dark Elves, as long as they don't violate my laws, I'll treat them equally." The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly and she said promptly, "All right, Marshal Yang Feng." "You're Yang Feng." "Impossible. Yang Feng doesn't look like this." The Dark Elven upper echelons' pretty complexions changed and they exclaimed. Steel City's forces had already attracted the attention of the Dark Elves. They had spent a great deal of effort to collect the images of Steel City's important figures, so they naturally knew what Yang Feng looked like. Yang Feng was slightly startled, yet he said without batting an eyelid, "What are you talking about? I'm Yang Tai, not Marshal Yang Feng." "No soul. The golem avatar you made is very exquisite, it looks exactly like a living person." With a cursory look from a distance, even a great warlock rank expert would find it difficult to discover the difference between it and a living person. But as long as one looks closely, one would be able to discover that the golem avatar doesn't have a soul. Any intelligent life form has a soul. Your golem avatar doesn't have the smell of a soul, it can only be an avatar. Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, doesn't get close to women. The only one who would ask me for Cheyenne is you, the only blood relative of the Steel Lord, Yang Feng. Only you have the authority to formulate Steel City's laws. Joanna analyzed calmly. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, he stared fixedly at Joanna, clapped his hands and said extremely frigidly, "Joanna, you're really smart. Unfortunately, you're too smart. Haven't you heard of the saying that knowing too much can lead to death?" The rock giant Bonardine took a step forward, directly sealing the retreat of the upper-class dark elves in the room. Outside the room, countless primary battle robots took out their weapons and pointed at the room. Dephilia also sighed faintly, flipped her lily-white hand, and the legend-rank secret treasure ice snow box appeared in her hand. Although she appreciated Joanna's intelligence, but since Yang Feng had already spoken, she could only act. The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of disdain. "You want to keep me here by relying on Snow White Madam and that stupid rock giant? Of course it's not just them. I'm not that naive to think that you can keep a legend-ranked Dark Elven expert with just 2 great warlocks. If you add them to the mix, then what are your chances of escaping?" Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and rays of light suddenly flew out from the dimensional crest. Mothman demonic polar bear, blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf, Amani lightwing ice bird, Kalaman boa, one after another, mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms appeared in the surroundings, exuding great warlock rank life force. A total of 10 mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms surrounded Joanna and the other Dark Elven experts, exuding a terrifying life force as they stared fixedly at Joanna. Under the coercion of those mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms, the pretty complexions of the upper-class Dark Elves changed, their delicate bodies trembling slightly. Even Joanna's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of dread. The 10 mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms, coupled with Dephilia and the rock giant Bonardine, had a 90% chance of killing Joanna. Joanna couldn't help but feel a touch of remorse, secretly hating herself for talking too much just now. Joanna looked straight at Yang Feng and said lightly, "What do you want? Do you want to kill us here to keep us quiet? I really don't want to silence us." Yang Feng clapped his hands, a robot holding a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir came out. Yang Feng said lightly, "This is a god-extinguishing elixir, as long as I inject it into each of you, I can guarantee that you won't betray me. That way, there's no need to silence us." Joanna's eyes were as sharp as blades as she said coldly, "And if I say no?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, "Although it's a pity, but I can only get rid of you here, and then support Cheyenne. She's the former great matriarch of Dark Elven clan, I think that she should be able to quickly take control of Dark Elven clan." Joanna was silent for a moment, before saying, "What are the side effects of this elixir? Will it affect one's mind?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "There are no side effects, nor will it affect one's mind. Moreover, it's of great benefit to the human body, it can assist in your cultivation, and also clean the impurities within your body. Apart from being used to control people, the liquid metal nanorobots could also be used in the medical field and the cultivation field." Yang Feng had injected himself with a large amount of liquid metal nanorobots to clean the impurities within his body and improve his physical constitution over time. Joanna said lightly, "All right, I promise you." The robot stepped forward and injected the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Joanna. Joanna was a great warlock rank expert, her physical constitution was extremely formidable. Once the liquid metal nanorobots entered her body, 1/3 of them were directly killed by her immune system. The remaining two-thirds of the liquid metal nanorobots fused with her. The other upper-class Dark Elves saw that Joanna didn't resist and was injected with the liquid metal nanorobot elixir. They knew that resistance was futile, and obediently allowed themselves to be injected with the elixir. Yang Feng sensed the changes within Joanna's body, and his eyes flashed with a touch of regret. At present, the limit of the improved liquid metal nanorobots can only control Great Warlock rank experts, they can't control Starry Sky Warlock rank experts. Chapter 171. Yang Feng asked, Joanna, where's Romulage? Night Hunter Romulage was a peak legendary assassin of the Dark Elves. If he could subdue her, then Yang Feng's power would once again rise by a large margin. On the contrary, if he were to be enemies with her, then Yang Feng would have to worry about the assassination of a legend rank assassin at all times. Currently, Yang Feng merely possessed the strength of a level 1 warlock. If his main body were to encounter such a top-notch assassin, he would definitely be in a perilous situation. Joanna said faintly, Romulage has always been a loner and only obeys the orders of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. It hasn't been long since I became the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, so I haven't contacted her yet. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a fierce glint, and he said solemnly, then forget it. Joanna, go back and immediately select a group of Dark Elven experts to attack the city of Hellions with me. I'll capture the city of Hellions today. The Dark Elves and demons had more than one city in the underworld. But the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions were definitely the most important cities of the two races. Once the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions were captured by Yang Feng, then he would have two strongholds in the underworld, as well as inflicting heavy losses on the allied forces of the underworld's various races. Hellions and Dark Elves were the core of the underworld's allied forces. If the nests of the two clans were to be raided by Yang Feng, then the impact on the underworld's allied forces could be imagined. It wasn't impossible for it to directly cause the alliance to break. Moreover, in the city of Hellions, there were all kinds of treasures collected by Hellions for millennia. Once the city of Hellions was captured, then Yang Feng would be able to seize a large amount of wealth and obtain a large amount of supplies. They could also use the main demon city as a stronghold to attack the other demon cities. Joanna's heart skipped a beat. Today, the city of Hellions is 4,000 miles away from our city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, that's right, today is the day. If you can't think of it, they definitely can't either. There was a huge difference between the mechanical army and the human army. As long as they had enough energy, they could keep moving and fighting until their components were damaged or their energy was depleted. After a brief pondering, Joanna immediately agreed, all right. Of the 1 million battle robots Yang Feng brought with him, 100,000 were stationed in the city of Dark Elves, while the remaining 900,000 along with the Dark Elven experts rushed towards the city of Hellions. Among the 100,000 battle robots stationed in the city of Dark Elves, there were also 5,000 engineering robots. The 5,000 engineering robots took all kinds of materials and quickly started building all kinds of munitions factories and defensive installations in the city of Dark Elves. They wanted to fortify the city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng didn't intend to let the Dark Elves continue to worship the goddess Lolth. In this way, the city of Dark Elves would lose the baptism of goddess Loltha's divine power, and become an ordinary giant city. However, after the city of Dark Elves was rebuilt by Yang Feng's mechanical legion, it could transform into a terrifying fortress of another form. About an hour after the army commanded by Yang Feng had left the city of Dark Elves, a figure invisible to the naked eye was silently shuttling back and forth in the direction of the Holy Spring Divine Pool within the temple. In every corner of the temple stood beast-type bladed troops, gunner troops, and artillery troops. The figure silently shuttled back and forth among the battle robots, before quietly sneaking into the Holy Spring Divine Pool and seeing Cheyenne, who was severely injured and paralyzed inside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Big Sister Cheyenne, you cut a sorry figure. Space distorted, and a petite girl with a pair of pointy ears, a pair of D cups, and exquisite facial features walked out of the distorted space. She looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She had a pair of pointed ears, an extremely good figure, and a pair of D cups. Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and she said with a bitter smile, "Romulage, you're late." If Romulage was still in the city of dark elves, then with Cheyenne's prestige coupled with Romulage's support, she would have been able to suppress the rebellion started by Joanna. Joanna didn't even dare to think of rebelling. But now that the city of dark elves had fallen into Yang Feng's hands, Yang Feng was God knows how many times stronger than Joanna. For the two of them to recapture the city of dark elves, it was simply a pipe dream. Romulage said, "It's still not too late. As long as you're rescued, then we'll still have a chance in the future. With the help of the goddess Lotha's power, your injuries will heal." Cheyenne's body was covered in radiation tumors and her legs were blown off. With such injuries, even if it was a great warlock, if they didn't have the corresponding knowledge, then they would have a slim chance of survival. However, Cheyenne was a high priest, with the help of the goddess Lotha's divine power, she could slowly recover. Even her broken legs could be regenerated by divine spells in the future. Cheyenne's beautiful eyes ignited with the flames of hope and ambition, and she said solemnly, "All right. Take me away from here, and one day, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. I'm very sorry to disturb your reunion. Miss Romulage, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yang Tai, one of Steel City's 10 marshals. I'd like to cordially invite you to join our Steel City." Yang Feng walked out from the direction Romulage had come from and looked at her with a smile. Boom! Along with loud sounds, Mothin demonic polar bear, Amani light-winged ice bird, Kalaman boa, and the other 10 level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts encircled Romulage from all directions, firmly staring at her. 10 great warlock rank life force instantly erupted, surging in the space. Cheyenne's pretty face paled when she saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of despair. After the 10 level, for extraordinary life forms were modified by Yang Feng, they were transformed into mechanical battle beasts. However, the life force of each mechanical battle beast as well as their battle prowess were much weaker than when they were alive. Even so, under the siege of the 10 level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts, a legend rank assassin like Romulage would definitely die without a doubt. But at her peak, Cheyenne could rely on all kinds of trump cards to escape from the hands of the 10 mechanical battle beasts. Romulage swept Yang Feng with a glance and said with a contemptuous smile, "You're not a human, but just an alchemical golem. According to you humans, what kind of man are those who hide their heads and show their tails?" As an assassin, Romulage's eyesight surpassed that of many great warlocks. She could see at a glance that Yang Feng was possessing a robot. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Aren't you the same? If we're talking about hiding your head and showing your tails, then you're in such a state all day long." Romulage said coldly, "That's different. I'm an assassin. Hiding my head and showing my tails is a requirement of my profession. As the leader of a force, as a monarch, hiding your head and showing your tails all day long will never lead to great achievements. I've never heard of any of the 8 great warlock dynasty's founding emperors who hid their heads and showed their tails. Am I right, Yang Feng?" Yang Feng said faintly, "You're comparing me to the founding emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties, you really think highly of me. I'm still relatively self-aware. With my current strength as a level 1 warlock, if I didn't hide my head and show my tails, then I wouldn't know how many times I would have died. In this world, the winner is king and the loser a bandit. I only seek victory, as for the process, it doesn't matter. Romulage, do you surrender or not?" Romulage sighed somewhat vexedly and said, "There's no way around it, I can't beat so many alchemical golems. I surrender. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng took out a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and walked towards Romulage. "Stand still, let me give you an injection." Romulage's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she said with ridicule, "You can only rely on alchemical elixirs to control others, then you'll never be able to gain their true loyalty. Even if I yield to the elixir's power, I still won't admire you. I don't need your admiration, I only need you to obey my orders and not betray me. People are fickle, I still believe in the power of alchemy." Yang Feng remained unmoved. He directly pricked Romulage's arm with the vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and injected the elixir into her body. Romulage's immune system at once activated, killing 1/10 of the liquid metal nanorobots. Her eyebrows rose slightly, but she didn't say anything. After she agreed to let Yang Feng inject her with the elixir, she understood that what Yang Feng was injecting was definitely nothing good. After injecting the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Romulage's body, Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief. One could be a thief for 1,000 days, but one couldn't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. For Yang Feng, a legendary assassin like Romulage was the most frightening and most dangerous existence. Once she locked onto the position of his true body, then Yang Feng would have a slim chance of survival. But once she became Yang Feng's person, then she would be equivalent to having the sharpest blade in his hands. Romulage said lightly, "Help me cure Big Sister Sheana's injuries. As long as you cure her, then I'll serve you wholeheartedly. Whoever you want me to kill, I'll kill. Even if it's Anthony, Aldrich, those old freaks, as long as they dare to come out of their lairs, then I'll assassinate them in front of you." Yang Feng said somewhat expectantly, "You're good at killing people, then what about being a bodyguard?" Yang Feng's cultivation base as a level 1 warlock was already considered as an expert in Tyrannid subcontinent, but in front of great warlock rank experts, he was basically unable to withstand a single blow. What he lacked the most was a powerful bodyguard. Romulage thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly and said, "I'm an assassin, not a bodyguard. I'm good at killing people, but I'm not good at protecting people. Alright, I'll help you cure Big Sister Sheana's injuries." Chapter 172. Once the liquid metal nanorobots were injected into Sheana's body, they quickly cleaned up the cancerous radiation cells inside her. Shizu's research on nuclear power by far surpassed the level of Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks. Those liquid metal nanorobots also had the miraculous effect of cleaning up the power of nuclear radiation. Sheana only felt her throat emit bursts of strange movements. She opened her cherry lips and spat out a pitch-black, ink-like filth emitting a disgusting stench. After Sheana spat out that mouthful of filth, she felt her whole body become a lot more relaxed and comfortable. "It's still not enough, your body is too much. It seems like I have to inject more elixirs." Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and he immediately took out 5 vials of liquid metal nanorobots and injected them into Sheana's body. The original treatment method of liquid metal nanorobots was to stimulate the human body's potential, to let the human burst out with formidable life force, and to remove all kinds of diseases and toxins from the body. Although Sheana was a legend rank expert, but her injuries were too serious, and she could only rely on the liquid metal nanorobots to remove the power of radiation from her body, therefore, the consumption was enormous. Once the 5 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixirs entered Sheana's body, they quickly cleaned up the cancerous radiation cells inside her. The ugly radiation tumors on Sheana's body burst open one by one, and oozed out layers of rancid pus. The scars all over her body fell off one by one, revealing a bright and flawless, alluring and lovely body. Sheana's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of excitement, she waved her lily-white hand and cast the level, for divine spell Great Healing. An incomparably resplendent divine light shrouded her body. Bursts of numbness and itchiness were transmitted from the severed parts of Sheana's legs. Countless granulation tissues squirmed, and a pair of elegant and slender legs slowly grew out. The level for divine spell Great Healing originally had the miraculous effect of regenerating severed fingers, but it had always been interfered with by the power of radiation inside Cheyenna's body, which was why it was unable to repair her severed limbs. Now that the radiation energy was completely removed by the liquid metal nanorobots, Cheyenna used a level for divine spell to repair her severed limbs. Cheyenna jumped lightly and jumped out of the holy spring divine pool. Countless streams of water washed her body, cleansing away all the filth. From a disgusting and ugly cripple with tumors all over his body and 2 broken legs, he had transformed into a bright, moving, and peerlessly beautiful dark elf. Cheyenna gave a flirtatious smile and said charmingly, "Thank you Sir Yang Feng for your help. Cheyenna is willing to serve you as my master." Yang Feng revealed a trace of a smile. "She's really sensible, no wonder she could become the great matriarch of the Dark Elves." Since Cheyenna was so sensible, Yang Feng didn't let her have a taste of the liquid metal nanorobot's backlash. Even such a proud and powerful expert infinitely close to the starry sky warlock rank like Carolina couldn't resist the backlash of the liquid metal nanorobots, so it was impossible for Cheyenna to resist it. Yang Feng waved his hand and threw a mobile phone to Romulage. "Cheyenna, come with me to the city of Hellions and attack it. Romulage, guard the city of Dark Elves in secret. If anything happens, use this magic sound box to notify me." Romulage took the mobile phone and fiddled with it, revealing a trace of curiosity. "The magic sound box manufactured by your Steel City looks really unique." The magic sound box, such a convenient alchemical item, was also the focus of the transactions between Dark Elves and human warlocks. Basically, every upper-class Dark Elves had one in their hands. Romulage had seen a lot of them, but she hadn't seen an Earth-style mobile phone. Cheyenna said deferentially, "Yes, sir." Only then did Yang Feng take Cheyenna and the 8th level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts towards the city of Hellion clans. The flying speed of the Amani light-winged ice birds surpassed the speed of sound. They could catch up to the troops ahead. It was precisely because of this that Yang Feng had left the 10 mechanical battle beasts to guard Cheyenna. He hadn't expected that he would be so lucky as to capture Romulage. The City of Hellions. Different from the City of Dark Elves, the City of Hellions was merely a huge city with a city wall more than 30 meters tall. Within the City of Hellions, there were all kinds of grotesquely shaped lairs. Hellions were monsters artificially manufactured by the Second Warlock Dynasty's taboo lord with humans as the main body and the blood meridians of various formidable beings from different planes. Hellions possessed the blood meridians of countless formidable beings. Every single one of those greater Hellions was a formidable existence comparable to extraordinary life forms. The 5 great Hellion ancestors even possessed the terrifying power to slaughter gods. It was precisely because Hellions were so formidable that they didn't believe in any gods. At the same time, they weren't proficient in alchemy. Without the support of formidable alchemy, no matter how sturdy the city wall they built, it still wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from an expert. A casual all-out blow from a great warlock could destroy the City of Hellions. City of Hellions, they naturally weren't willing to waste their efforts. Hellions could obtain most of the other party's knowledge and a part of their power by devouring them. Therefore, the majority of Hellions didn't like to bitterly practice cultivation, but rather thought of ways to hunt humans. This was the reason why humans were so hostile towards Hellions and wanted to exterminate them. In the underground world, the fiendish demon clan was definitely the strongest clan. Although Dark Elven clan had Cheyenna, the #1 expert of the underworld, but the number of great warlocks of Dark Elven clan was far less than that of Hellions. But Hellions were also divided into different tribes, and there were many contradictions between the major tribes. This was the reason why Dark Elven clan was the most formidable force in the underworld. Within the City of Hellions, in an exquisite and luxurious palace that wasn't the slightest bit inferior to human imperial palaces. A godlike handsome young man with a tall stature, a head full of dazzling short golden hair, dressed in black, was quietly reading a book in his hands. Beside the young man, there were 7 beautiful young girls dressed in light muslin sitting on their knees. The 7 young girls were looking at the young man with coquettish eyes, their beautiful eyes brimming with adoration. An eagle-eyed, hook-nosed young man exuding a capable aura strode into the room. Without even giving the 7 charming young girls a glance, he said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Steel City's expeditionary army has broken through the city of Dark Elves and is currently advancing towards our city of Hellions." The golden-haired young man was the king of Tyrannid subcontinent's Pantheon Hellion clan, the Pantheon Hellion monarch. Although he looked to be only 23 or 24 years old, but he had already lived for more than 3,000 years, he was an old freak in name only. Pantheon Hellion clan's inheritance came from the Pantheon Hellion ancestor. The Pantheon Hellion ancestor's body had gathered the blood and divinity of countless formidable gods from different planes, and was the most formidable among the 5 great Hellion ancestors. Pantheon Hellion clan was also the longest-lived among Hellion clans, and was the most formidable among those of the same rank. The only weakness of Pantheon Hellion clan was their very low fertility, and their numbers were the least among Hellion clans. Every adult descendant of Pantheon Hellion clan would possess a cultivation base comparable to that of a great warlock rank expert. Moreover, once they reached adulthood, then as long as time passed, even if they didn't practice cultivation, they would still slowly condense a trace of divinity, and become a divine life form. The Pantheon Hellion monarch was the only expert of Pantheon Hellion clan in Tyrannid subcontinent. Together with the undead Hellion monarch and the myriad beasts Hellion monarch, they were known as Hellion clan's 3 great tycoons. The eagle-eyed, hook-nosed young man exuding a capable aura was the Pantheon Hellion monarch's trusted aide Wormesley. The Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment, and he exclaimed, "So fast? The city of Dark Elves has the divine power of that Horlolth, how could it be breached so quickly? How could Steel City's mechanical legion be so powerful?" Wormesley said with a bitter smile, "I don't know either. I only know that they're heading this way. Not long ago, the warriors of the 8th outpost were annihilated." The Pantheon Hellion monarch creased his eyebrows slightly, saying, "It seems that Steel City's mechanical legion will reach our city of Hellions in 30 minutes at most. Such a fast speed of advance. At this time, there's no news from the undead Hellion monarch, and the myriad beasts Hellion monarch is presiding over the surface world. Am I the only one left in the city of Hellions?" Wormesley said with an expectant look on his face, "That's right, Your Majesty, our city of Hellions now depends on you." The Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyebrows suddenly relaxed, and he said with a faint smile, "In that case, pass down my order, everyone is to immediately leave the city of Hellions and give this city to Steel City." Wormesley stared blankly, and said with some disbelief, "Your Majesty, did I hear wrong? Give this city of Hellions to Steel City? This would be the greatest humiliation of our Hellion race for several millennia." The Pantheon Hellion monarch said indifferently, "Wormesley, which one has a stronger defense, our city of Hellions or the city of Dark Elves?" Wormesley said without hesitation, "The city of Dark Elves has the divine power of the goddess, it's full of incredible extraordinary power, and its defense is far stronger than our city of Hellions." The Pantheon Hellion monarch continued, "The main force of our Hellion race has already gone to the surface world. How is the strength of the city of Hellions compared to the city of Dark Elves?" Wormesley was silent for a moment, and then said with difficulty, "The remnant strength of our city of Hellions can't compare to that of the city of Dark Elves." The Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes flashed with a radiance of wisdom, and he analyzed in a logical manner, "Since the other party can capture the city of Dark Elves in a short period of time, then our city of Hellions also can't withstand their offensive. Staying here would just be throwing away our lives in vain. We'll take the initiative to evacuate and leave this empty city to them. In the future, we'll think of a way to recapture this city. The underworld belongs to us. No matter how strong humans are, they still can't stay here for a long time." Wormesley sighed in admiration, "That's right, the underworld's environment isn't suitable for human survival." Even if they hide in the city of Hellions, it's still nothing to be proud of. We'll just take it back in the future. Your Majesty, you're really amazing, this subordinate is far inferior to you. Finished speaking, Wormsley saluted the Pantheon Hellion monarch, and then quickly left the palace. The Pantheon Hellion monarch suddenly sighed in disappointment and frustration. Steel City, interesting, to actually be able to capture the city of Dark Elves. It seems that the rumor of it annihilating 18 great warlocks in one fell swoop isn't false. Alchemy is really too powerful. Human warlocks alchemy, ah. When humans contended against other formidable beings, all kinds of incomparably formidable alchemical secret treasures emerged one after another, only then could they overwhelm those exceptionally talented formidable beings. In terms of cultivation aptitude, more than 99% of humans simply couldn't compare to fiends, ancient demons, demigods, and other formidable beings. The Pantheon Hellion monarch's strength was astonishing. If he didn't have secret treasures, then his battle prowess would be Tyrannid Subcontinent's #1, and even Starlight Aldrich might not be his match. But if he could use secret treasures, then Starlight Aldrich would be able to defeat him after paying a great price. When Yang Feng's huge mechanical legion arrived at the city of Hellions, he saw raging flames rising from inside the city of Hellions, and countless plumes of smoke rising from it. Fortify the walls and clear the fields. When Yang Feng saw the city of Hellions gate open and the raging flames, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he felt that things had become thorny. If Hellions were willing to stay in the city of Hellions and engage in a face-to-face fight with Yang Feng, then that would be the scene that Yang Feng would like to see the most. No matter how many primary battle robots were destroyed by the Hellions, as long as the wreckage could be recovered, then the consumption would only be a little bit of energy. A little bit of energy in exchange for the lives of a large number of Hellions, that would definitely be very cost-effective. But those Hellions were very cunning. They burned the city of Hellions and all the supplies that couldn't be taken away, leaving an empty city for Yang Feng, which gave him a headache. Hellions were a formidable race in the underworld. Even without the city of Hellions, they could still disperse to various corners of the underworld, living by eating demonic insects, mushrooms, and moss. As for the problem of not being able to wake up without eating human flesh, Hellions also had a way to solve it. In addition to the city of Hellions, there were still more than 30 cities established by Hellions in the underworld. It wasn't that simple to capture the cities of Hellions one by one. What a cunning Hellion! If I had abandoned the city and fled at that time, would things have been different now? Joanna's thoughts revolved, and she immediately knew that she wouldn't have had a second choice at that time. The city of Dark Elves was an extraordinary city that Dark Elves had spent countless painstaking efforts to build. With the blessing of the goddess Loltha's divine power, its defensive strength was extremely formidable, and other cities simply couldn't compare to it. At that time, if Joanna had wanted to abandon the city of Dark Elves, then Dark Elves would have never agreed. Moreover, at that time, they had looked down on the small force Steel City. Chapter 173. Yang Feng pointed at the city of Hellions and said with a loud laugh, fleeing at the mere sight of the wind, "These Hellions are smart." However, I already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Hellions. Once they give up on the city of Hellions, they won't be able to take it back. This city of demonic beasts will become a sharp knife in the hearts of the demonic beasts clan. Unless they all submit to me, otherwise, they will only have one path left, destruction. It's just a matter of time. With Yang Feng's smile, the upper-class Dark Elves following him started to feel relieved. Many beautiful Dark Elves looked at Yang Feng with traces of interest in their beautiful eyes. Joanna looked at the confident Yang Feng and was somewhat surprised. He's quite a character. Yang Feng ordered simply, "Enter the city and put out the fires." Shortly after, the enormous mechanical legion entered the city of Hellions. Under Dephilia's lead, the Dark Elven wizards began to put out the fires in the city of Hellions. Countless raindrops fell from the sky and fell on the fires, extinguishing them and emitting bursts of burnt black smoke. The Pantheon Hellion monarch stood in a dark corner of the city of Hellions and watched the mechanical legion enter the city of Hellions in an orderly manner. He was secretly startled. Is that Steel City's mechanical legion? It's different from what I've seen before. This should be Steel City's most elite and most formidable mechanical legion. The knight-rank mechanical golems are just a decoy. Before the battle with Black City, Steel City was known to have 100,000 knight-rank mechanical golems. That bit of strength wasn't taken seriously by any of the major forces. After the battle with Black City, the gazes of all the major forces were focused on Steel City. Yang Feng led Steel City's most formidable forces in their first attack, defeating the Dark Elves and occupying the city of Dark Elves. This attracted the attention of the Pantheon Hellion monarch, and he personally went to investigate in spite of the danger. That lifelike alchemical golem is the commander of this mechanical legion. That being the case, the true commander of this enormous mechanical legion is either Yang Feng or Yang Yi. Steel City's city master Yang Yi is said to be obsessed with alchemy, researching alchemy all year round. Only such a paranoid person could refine so many formidable mechanical golems with the identity of a level 1 warlock. In that case, the commander of this mechanical legion should be Steel City's city master Yang Ye's sole kin, Yang Feng. The Pantheon Hellion king quietly observed from the side. He used the wrong information to come to the correct conclusion by chance. As soon as the huge mechanical legion entered the city of Hellions, the 100,000 engineering robots began to carry out construction and fortification of the city. The Pantheon Hellion king's heart sank when he saw the Hellion main city being transformed into a fortress by the siege robots. He was very clear that once the city of Hellions was completely fortified by Yang Feng, it would become a huge fortress that would be akin to a dagger pointing at the heart of the Hellions. Using the city of Hellions as a stronghold, Yang Feng could attack everywhere, sweep through the Hellions, gradually compress the living space of the Hellions, and finally wipe them out. Inside Rose Garden, the beautiful eyes of Eunice, who was researching a new spell model in a laboratory, suddenly flashed with a whiff of alarm. Suddenly, fluctuations of magic came from behind her. Her quick-witted and spirited eyes suddenly dimmed, losing all of their luster. As if a walking corpse, she silently walked outside. As one of Yang Feng's forbidden descendants, Eunice's status in Rose Garden was extremely high. Along the way, she easily passed through one checkpoint after another and arrived outside Rose Garden. When Eunice arrived outside Rose Garden, she waved her lily-white hand and a magic carpet suddenly flew out. With a light leap, she landed on the magic carpet. "Teacher Eunice, what's wrong? Didn't Master tell us to stay inside Rose Garden? It's very dangerous outside, Master's enemies are everywhere." The beautiful and sexy Judy, with a child's face and big breasts, wearing a pet collar around her neck, walked over and asked loudly with a puzzled expression. "Interesting, I remember that you should be Yang Feng's pet. Then come with me." Suddenly, another person's voice came from Eunice's mouth. Eunice pointed with her lily-white hand, a magical radiance flickered and a wind rope suddenly formed, sweeping towards Judy. An extremely bright radiance surged from Judy, dispersing the wind rope in a flash. "You're not Teacher Eunice, who the hell are you?" Judy's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of fear, she shouted, turned around and quickly fled towards the depths of Rose Garden. In Rose Garden, there were Carolina and the other two great warlock rank experts. In Rose Garden, they were invincible existences. Even if a Starry Sky warlock came, they would still be suppressed by the three of them. "Who am I?" "I'm Aldrich, Starlight Aldrich." "You actually have a level 3 defensive secret treasure on you. It seems that youngster Yang Feng is quite fond of this pet of yours. Don't run, come with me." Eunice spat out a voice brimming with confidence and magnetism, erupted with a great warlock rank life force, and reached out. An invisible big hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Judy. Judy at once blossomed with radiances of defensive spells. Each defensive spell was a level 3 defensive spell. They were extremely formidable, but still couldn't contend against that invisible hand. The radiances of defensive spells were shattered one after another. They were simply unable to block Aldrich's strike. She was grabbed by Aldrich and thrown onto the magic carpet. A series of alarms sounded throughout the entire rose garden, and a series of incomparably tyrannical mental energy waves descended from the sky, sweeping towards them. From within Rose Garden came Carolina's ice-cold and ruthless voice, "This soul fluctuation, you're Aldrich. Aldrich, you've got some nerve, you actually dare to come to our Rose Garden to snatch someone. Do you want to provoke a war between Rose Garden and Warlock College Antalya?" Aldrich said with a slight smile, "Your Rose Garden has already been subdued by Steel City, you've been reduced to Steel City's slaves, you're no longer fit to stand side by side with us. Carolina, immediately inform your master, Yang Yi, to personally come to Warlock College Antalya to apologize for his offense. Otherwise, I'll burn his only blood kin, Yang Feng's two most beloved women, to death at the stake." Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and she said coldly, "Aldrich, Eunice is your daughter, you're actually so heartless as to burn her to death. To accomplish great things, one must not bother with trifles. If she dies, I'll feel a bit of heartache, but that's all. Compared to my pursuit of the path of immortality, love isn't worth mentioning. Besides, so what if my daughter dies? As long as I'm still alive, I can have as many as I want in the future. Please inform Yang Feng to have his uncle come to Warlock College Antalya to apologize for his offense. If Yang Yi doesn't come in 2 days, then I'll burn them to death in Warlock College Antalya." Aldrich laughed wildly, then turned into a stream of light while riding the magic carpet and flew into the distance. Carolina stood quietly in Rose Garden, not moving an inch. After a long while, the powerful mental energy finally retracted with some regret. Inside Rose Garden, with the help of the semi-divine armament Rose Divine Mirror, Carolina could even suppress a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert. But once she left Rose Garden, then there was a possibility that she would be defeated. Starlight Aldrich, Tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony, Steel White Elephant Horace, Behemoth Claw Cornell, and Sword of Justice Atchison. These 5 people were the leaders of Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, White Elephant's Ivory, Savage Claw and Eyes of Justice, the 5 great Warlock group's leaders. They were also publicly recognized as Tyrannid Subcontinent's 5 great experts, each of them wielded 1 or more semi-divine armaments. Carolina was very outstanding. She didn't think that she would lose to any one of the 5 great experts, but she also didn't have absolute certainty that she could defeat any one of them. Once 2 or more of the 5 great experts besieged her, then there was a possibility that she would be defeated. Therefore, even someone as powerful as her didn't dare to rashly leave Rose Garden. Cordelia arrived beside Carolina and said faintly, "Judy and Eunice have been captured. Big Sister Carolina, what should we do now?" Carolina was silent for a moment, then said somewhat unwillingly, "Immediately inform Yang Feng of the situation here." Carolina had always thought highly of herself, and now that Judy and Eunice had been seized from under her eyes, it was simply a great humiliation for her. If it was any other time, she would have already flipped out at Warlock College Antalya. But now Rose Garden was practically standing on the opposite side of the 5 great Warlock groups. Even if Carolina flipped out, it would still be of no use. Cordelia smiled slightly. She didn't argue with Carolina. She took out a communications magic box and reported the situation to Yang Feng in the distance. Underworld, within the city of Hellions. After listening to Cordelia's report, Yang Feng's complexion was ashen. He slapped a table, directly smashing it into pieces. "Fuck, Aldrich's move is too ruthless." Yang Feng had always suspected that Aldrich had done something to Eunice, therefore, he hadn't dared to touch her. Now, his suspicions had really come true. Aldrich was obviously monitoring Yang Feng's actions. Only after Steel City's main army had gone on an expedition to the underworld, did he move in one fell swoop and capture Eunice and Judy. If Yang Feng's mechanical legion were to stop at the City of Dark Elves, and then be forced to return to the surface world, then Steel City would face the crisis of a pincer attack. The underworld's allied forces would take advantage of this opportunity to counterattack, coupled with the 5 great warlock groups taking advantage of this opportunity to hit Steel City while it was down. A moment of carelessness would lead to the collapse of Steel City. Chapter 174. Yang Feng's heart was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I attacked the City of Dark Elves first, or else it would have been troublesome. When he attacked the City of Dark Elves, Yang Feng was already mentally prepared. If he was unable to capture the City of Dark Elves in a short period of time, he would dispatch engineering robots to build a stronghold in the 3rd layer of the underground world. They would mine and collect all kinds of resources, and build new munitions factories to fight a long war. If Yang Feng really did that, then he would now be faced with a dilemma. Yang Feng silently calculated, the City of Dark Elves and the City of Hellions, each city must be guarded by 100,000 primary battle robots in order to be as stable as Mount Tai. In other words, I only have 800,000 main battle robots left. Dephilia suddenly asked, Eunice and Judy, are you going to save them? Eunice was just a level 1 warlock, Judy was just a pet gifted to Yang Feng by Sanger clan. If it was a peerless, ambitious and ruthless character, his expression would definitely change and he would tell them to die. He could do whatever he wanted without being affected in the slightest. Eunice is just a trifling level 1 warlock and Judy is just a pet. In your position, women more beautiful than them can easily be found. Cordelia, Carolina, and Clarissa's appearance and temperament are a notch better than Eunice's. The dark elven great matriarch Cheyenne is even more beautiful. According to your current situation, the most stable method should be to use the Demon City as a stronghold and sweep away the underground world's resistance forces. Excavate more ore veins and let your uncle refine more powerful puppets. Once he had accumulated enough power, he would kill his way out of the underground world. As long as you accumulate for 10 years, no one in Tyrannid subcontinent will be your opponent. Dephilia calmly analyzed. Dephilia's every word struck Yang Feng's heart. Indeed, as Dephilia said, as long as Yang Feng hid in the underworld and developed for 10 years, then used the underworld's countless mineral resources to build a legion of more than 10 million primary battle robots, no one in Tyrannid subcontinent would be his match. Even if it was Warlock College Antalya, after 10 years, Yang Feng also had the confidence to flatten it. But now against Warlock College Antalya, Yang Feng wasn't completely sure. Joanna and the upper echelon of the Dark Elves focused their gazes on Yang Feng, waiting for his decision. Yang Feng gave a domineering smile, and his eyes flickered with a fierce glint. Ha ha ha, what's there to choose? Of course. They had to be saved. As for why? Of course, it's because they are my women. Even Judy's pet is also my, Yang Feng's, pet. Whoever dares to touch her will die. The corners of Dephilia's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Good, well said. That was more like a man. If you talk about giving up Eunice and Judy, I shall despise you from the bottom of my heart. Dephilia was also a woman, and the kind of men she hated the most were those who abandoned their wives and children in order to achieve great things. Although she had always been somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Feng for saving her and then profiting from her misfortune, but at this moment, all the grudges disappeared, her mood became carefree, and she felt that Yang Feng was a lot more pleasing to the eye. A smear of admiration flickered in Joanna's eyes as she smiled. Well said. Only a real man would not abandon his own woman. I'll lend you a helping hand. Cheyenne's face revealed just the right amount of admiration, and at the same time, she calmly looked in Joanna's direction. Darren, you're really manly, Cheyenne has fallen head over heels for your manliness. Yang Feng promptly ordered, abandon the city of Hellions, and immediately return to the surface world. The 900,000 primary battle robots quickly filed out of the city of Hellions, took large strides, and quickly ran towards the surface world. Rumbling sounds continuously resounded, and the earth shook violently as if a myriad of horses were galloping. The 900,000 primary battle robots, as if a steel flood, rushed towards the surface world, leaving behind a dilapidated city of Hellions. The Pantheon Hellion monarch looked at the 900,000 primary battle robots retreating like a tide, and was confused. Why are they retreating so quickly? In the end, what is Steel City thinking? The speed of the 900,000 primary battle robots was set to the maximum, moving at a speed of 400 km per hour. Every 3 to 4 hours, they had to stop, change their energy crystals, and rest for 5 minutes to cool down. After 18 hours, the 900,000 primary battle robots finally flew out of the underworld. Dimensional personnel carriers were neatly arranged at the exit of the underworld. The primary battle robots were very orderly, and quickly entered the dimensional personnel carriers. The dimensional troopers directly entered the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Shortly after, the densely packed Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft took off, and flew straight towards St. Colin City. All of Steel City's munitions factories were madly operating at full power, madly manufacturing all kinds of battle robots, and transporting them forward. 800,000 level 4 humanoid robots, which were originally intended to be melted down, also boarded the dimensional personnel carriers under Yang Feng's command, and sped towards St. Colin City. Practically every bit of Steel City's battle potential was squeezed out. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, without sparing a large amount of energy, flew towards Rose Empire's major iron ore warehouses, and transported large amounts of iron ore. On the main road leading to Warlock College Antalya, several hundred soldiers blocked the main road. A convoy from the City of Steel was stopped outside the checkpoint. A leader-like warrior shouted, "This is Viscount Merton's territory, you're not welcome here. Traitors of humanity, scram! Scram! Traitors of humanity! Scram, you trash!" Countless obscenities were spat out from the mouths of the warriors, and they cursed loudly. There were also 2 archers who shot 2 arrows into the convoy, hitting the armor of a dimensional personnel carrier, and then ricocheted away. The enemy is attacking. The humans on the other side are regarded as enemies. Begin the cleanup operation. Level 4 humanoid bladed troops gushed out from the dimensional personnel carriers. The humanoid bladed troops' figures shook, and they rushed towards the human warriors at the checkpoint. Along with blood-curdling screams, the checkpoint was stained with blood. This territory belongs to Merton Marquis. These humans are soldiers dispatched by Merton Marquis. Merton Marquis is hostile towards our Steel City. Begin the cleanup operation. Teams of mechanical bladed troops, mechanical gunner troops, and mechanical artillery troops quickly left from a dimensional personnel carrier, deviated from the main road, and rushed towards a castle at the side. The majority of the dimensional personnel carriers were still moving towards Warlock College Antalya. Boom! 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 Along with the sound of tremendous artillery, the gate of Merton Marquis Castle was directly blown to pieces. The mechanical bladed troops and mechanical gunner troops took advantage of the situation and rushed into Merton Marquis Castle. Not long after, miserable screams sounded inside, and then stopped. Engineering robots entered the castle of Marquis Morton's territory. Not long after, they sucked up all the metals and threw them into a dimensional personnel carrier. On the road leading to Warlock College Antalya, countless forces of various sizes began to obstruct the advancement of Steel City's army according to Warlock College Antalya's orders. Those human forces of various sizes were completely wiped out by the level 4 robots, and all their assets and metals were plundered. Wherever Steel City's army passed, it swept away everything in its path. Countless human forces of various sizes were uprooted, and fell under Steel City's control. Every time a force was wiped out, Steel City would leave behind a few level, for robots to maintain order. The various metals plundered from those places could be used to manufacture hundreds of such level, for robots. If he wasn't afraid of Warlock College Antalya, then Yang Feng would have already had his Mechanical Legion push all the way, flattening the forces belonging to Warlock College Antalya one by one, and bringing them under his control. Now that he had already shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any misgivings, and began to frantically erode Warlock College Antalya's forces. 2 days later, outside St. Colin City. The huge Mechanical Legion stretched for more than 100 li, practically surrounding St. Colin City. Panic pervaded St. Colin City. In these several millennia, it was the first time that someone had led an army to attack St. Colin City. Even the allied forces of the underworld's races, because they didn't want to anger Warlock College Antalya, they didn't dare to push their front lines to St. Colin City. "Aldrich, I'm Yang Feng, come out. Didn't you want to see me? I'm here." Yang Feng stood in the middle of the Mechanical Legion and said loudly. The powerful loudspeaker madly amplified Yang Feng's voice, and it reverberated in St. Colin City. "Yang Feng, the one I want to see is your uncle Yang Yi, and not you, an immature brat." An incomparably formidable pressure swept out from the depths of Warlock College Antalya, and shrouded the earth. As if a god had spoken in the sky, a voice shook the area, completely suppressing Yang Feng's words. Yang Feng gave a mischievous smile, his eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and he said sternly, "My uncle doesn't have the time to see you. Therefore, I've come, and I've even brought along Steel City's Mechanical Legion. Return Eunice and Judy to me, and I'll immediately take my troops and leave. Otherwise, today will be the day that Warlock College Antalya disappears from Tyrannid subcontinent." Aldrich said lightly, "My Warlock College Antalya has been established in Tyrannid subcontinent for nearly 10,000 years, and all of our enemies are already dead. I'd like to see what ability you have to breach our Warlock College Antalya. If you really have that ability, then I'll return them to you." Chapter 175. Yang Feng's eyes turned, a scheme came to mind, and he goaded, "Since your Warlock College Antalya is known as one of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 overlords, then do you dare to come out of St. Colin City and have a decisive battle with our Steel City? If you don't dare, then your Warlock College Antalya is just an undeserved reputation, a group of wastes relying on the strength of their seniors. St. Colin City wasn't built by your Warlock College Antalya. St. Colin City was built by the ancient warlocks, and was later occupied by Warlock College Antalya's first generation of warlocks, who established Warlock College Antalya and passed it down to this day." Aldrich calmly said, "It's no use, I'm right here. If you have the ability, then capture St. Colin City. I'll naturally return Eunice and Judy to you. If you can't capture St. Colin City, I'll burn them alive in front of you." Unlike Dephilia, who wholeheartedly cultivated painstakingly and didn't understand the ways of the world, Aldrich had experienced countless hardships step by step, stepped on the corpses of countless geniuses, and finally sat on the throne of Warlock College Antalya's dean. Psychological tactics were useless against such an old monster. Behind Aldrich, although the level 3 warlocks disapproved of his decision, but they still didn't dare to refute. Warlock College Antalya had a total of 4 great warlocks. After 2 great warlocks died in Black City, only Aldrich and another great warlock remained in the entire Warlock College Antalya. In this way, as Warlock College Antalya's dean, Aldrich could practically cover the sky with one hand, grasping all of Warlock College Antalya's power. The other great warlock Holden was basically unable to contend against him. Absolutely calm, absolutely callous, this was Warlock College Antalya's dean Starlight Aldrich. "He's here, he's actually here. How formidable Warlock College Antalya is, he should be aware. But for me, he still came. In his heart, I'm not a lowly slave. Eunice stood beside Aldrich. Her beautiful eyes were full of hope, and there was a trace of emotion in the depths of her eyes. The world of warlocks was extremely cruel. A great warlock like Aldrich, in order to obtain a trace of a possibility of progress, would kill his wife and daughter, extract their blood meridians, and enhance his own strength. It was truly a chilling sight. Such warlocks were not uncommon in the world of warlocks. Everything was for the sake of power. Having grown up in such an environment, Eunice's mentality was somewhat twisted and abnormal. But seeing young Feng recklessly launch an attack on Warlock College Antalya for her, it finally moved the softest part of her heart. Judy's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of emotion. 2 streams of tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. As expected, I'm not dispensable in his heart. Judy was a pet gifted to young Feng by the Sanger clan in order to quell his anger. Because of this, Judy had always felt inferior in her heart. Now that she saw that young Feng was willing to come here and fight for her, she felt moved and warm inside. Then, let's fight. Fire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint and he barked. Boom. 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 10,000 cannons roared. 20,000 mechanical artillery troops as well as various kinds of self-propelled artillery, howitzers, rocket launchers, and other kinds of artillery bombarded St. Colin's city wall. Above St. Colin's city's city wall, 9 5-story tall warlock pagodas flickered with radiance. Incomparably formidable fluctuations of spells shrouded the city wall. When the various kinds of artillery bombarded the city wall, the steel rock of St. Colin's city's city wall at once revealed its might. It was only slightly dented by the bombardment of the heavy artillery comparable to level 3 spells, before being easily restored to its original state under the effect of the spells. The various kinds of heavy artillery bombarded the city wall, unceasingly extending towards the inside of the city wall, blasting countless buildings into pieces. Thousands of St. Colin's city's human warriors were killed or injured by the artillery bombardment. Laser-guided bombs also flew straight towards Warlock College Antalya's inner court. The core of St. Colin's city was Warlock College Antalya, while the core of Warlock College Antalya was the inner court. There were a large number of official warlocks and densely packed warlock pagodas in the inner court. So long as an official warlock was killed, then the pressure of besieging the city could be reduced by a portion. Warlock College Antalya was one of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great overlords. Yang Feng didn't dare to hold back in the slightest when attacking such a terrifying existence. Red radiances were shot from Warlock College Antalya's inner court warlock pagodas and fell on the laser-guided bombs. Boom! 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 As if being hit by interceptor missiles, the laser-guided bombs exploded one after another. In Warlock College Antalya's inner court, a 7-story tall warlock pagoda suddenly lit up, as if it was the center of the world. The large energy-absorbing ancient tree in the center of the inner court suddenly operated frantically, extracting a tremendous amount of magic energy and pouring it into the warlock pagodas. The warlock pagodas in Warlock College Antalya's inner court suddenly lit up, and incomparably tremendous power instantly pervaded the entire St. Colin's city. The bombardment of the heavy artillery that could originally cover half a football field was at once shrunk to a diameter of about 5 meters or so. Its might was reduced by several tens of times. The originally world-shaking and unstoppable bombardment, at once became bearable. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly. The bombardment's might has been reduced. This is the power of Warlock College Antalya. The ancient human warlocks, who are known to be able to simulate the cultivation of all kinds of power, are really terrifying. The ancient human warlocks used the astral boundary as a fulcrum, searching for other planes everywhere, establishing planar passageways and colonizing and enslaving other planes. In the process of unceasingly attacking other planes, the ancient warlocks obtained countless knowledge, and were known to be able to simulate all kinds of power. Even the most mysterious divine power could be simulated through spells to achieve the same effect. Warlock College Antalya was able to weaken the might of the heavy artillery's bombardment. It was obvious that they had simulated the effect of divine power and weakened the might of the heavy artillery's bombardment. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. It's really troublesome. In this way, the bombardment won't have much effect. The tens of thousands of heavy artillery continuously bombarded St. Colin City, yet it didn't have any effect. It was just a waste of energy and ammunition. Yang Feng calculated within, it's not that there's no effect. If this goes on, then it'll become a battle of attrition. They have the ancient energy-absorbing tree on their side, while I have a large number of nuclear power plants on my side. If this stalemate continues, then the outcome will be unknown. Warlock College Antalya used the power of the ancient energy-absorbing tree to weaken Yang Feng's bombardment to the limit. At the same time, in order to use the power of the ancient energy-absorbing tree, the warlocks still had to consume their spirit force to guide it. If this stalemate continued, then it would become a battle of attrition, which would instead be disadvantageous to Yang Feng. After all, Steel City was currently the enemy of the whole world. Once this stalemate was formed, then the allied forces of the Underworld's races and the other four great warlock groups would take the opportunity to sneak attack Yang Feng's base. After destroying all of his munitions factories, then he would have no choice but to be defeated. The best outcome would be to flee to the Underworld and struggle on while at death's door. The battle with Warlock College Antalya was a battle that would determine the general trend of the world. Once Yang Feng won, then Steel City would dominate Tyrannid subcontinent, and then slowly swallow up the other forces. Once Yang Feng was defeated, then he could only be driven around like a stray dog, with hardly a place to stay. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Immediately, 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose into the air and quickly flew toward St. Colin City. The 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters had just approached within a range of 200 meters of St. Colin City, when flame arrows were shot from the 9 Warlock pagodas located within St. Colin City, before blasting at the 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Shortly after, the 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters exploded, turning into 10 balls of fire, before falling from the sky. Attack! Yang Feng was expressionless as he waved his hand and ordered. 10,000 level, 8 beast-type bladed troops led 100,000 level, 4 humanoid robots, and immediately, like a tide, charged toward St. Colin City. Atop St. Colin City's city wall, the 9 Warlock pagodas flickered with radiances, the fire elemental particles in the sky churned and surged. An incomparably huge meteorological fire magic was brewing. Dispel. Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint, she pointed towards the sky with her lily-white hand and cast Dispel. Under Dephilia's Dispel, the incomparably huge fire elemental particles in the sky collapsed and disappeared. The 9 Warlock pagodas once again flickered with radiances, before shrouding the land with fluctuations of earth magic. The land in front of St. Colin City squirmed, before rotting and stinking, turning into a bottomless swamp. The various battle robots at once fell into the bottomless swamp, struggling to budge. Dispel! Dispel! The Dark Elven wizard squads that Yang Feng had gathered from the city of Dark Elves successively took action, directly dispelling the bottomless swamp. Dark Elves! That's a Dark Elven wizard squad. Dark Elves, those Dark Elves actually colluded with him. This Yang Feng is guilty of the most heinous crimes, he deserves to die 10,000 times over. Heavens, that bastard actually colluded with the Dark Elves. What a traitor to humanity. Within Warlock College Antalya, after the warlocks who were observing everything on the battlefield through spells saw the Dark Elven wizard squad beside Yang Feng, they were both startled and angered, before roaring madly and revealing their ugly appearances. Warlock College Antalya and the other great warlock groups had framed Steel City for colluding with the Underworld's races. But now that they saw that Yang Feng had really colluded with the Dark Elves, they were immediately startled and angered, their hearts brimming with fear. Chapter 176. Aldrich, who had always been extremely calm, as if nothing could overwhelm him, finally had a slight change in his complexion, and his eyes flashed with a touch of awe. The Dark Elves are actually standing on its side. Could it be that the city of Dark Elves has already been captured? No, even if the city of Dark Elves had been captured, it still wouldn't be that easy to subdue the Dark Elves. What's going on? Could it be that Steel City had previously colluded with the Dark Elves? After the bottomless swamp disappeared, all the battle robots emerged from the ground, and then charged toward St. Colin City. On the special highlands of St. Colin City, openings were opened, and the muzzles of magic cannons extended. St. Colin City's magic cannons were up to 10 meters in length, were engraved with countless mysterious runes, and were manufactured from a large amount of magic metals and mithril. The manufacturing cost of each magic cannon was at least 50 million magic stones. Each magic cannon had 36 energy grooves, and 36 intermediate magic stones and 36 superior magic stones could be placed in the 36 energy grooves to adjust the power of the magic cannons. Currently, the magic cannons were embedded with 36 superior magic stones. The might of a magic cannon's attack could seriously injure a great warlock. Radiances flickered, and St. Colin City's 500 magic cannons were instantly fired. 500 enormous radiances instantly bombarded the mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng, and a terrifying explosion occurred in a split second, practically swallowing the mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng. After the radiances of the explosion disappeared, more than 95% of the 110,000 mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng had already turned into wreckage, with countless components scattered everywhere. The complexions of the dark elven wizards following beside Yang Feng were pale, and their beautiful eyes flickered with fear. Joanna sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. Such formidable weapons. Tyrandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups are indeed worthy of their reputation. Steel City's mechanical legion is only so. That's right, in front of our magic cannons, it's just a pile of wreckage. Even if Steel City has 1 million alchemical golems, it's still impossible to capture Warlock College Antalya. The upper echelons of Warlock College Antalya who were observing the battlefield through magic eyes revealed traces of a smile and said proudly. Boom! 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 In the next moment, Yang Feng's counterattack arrived. Under the extremely precise calculations of the portable fortified stronghold, the earth-shattering shelling bombarded Warlock College Antalya's magic cannons. Warlock College Antalya hadn't been attacked for several millennia, they were seriously lacking in experience in defending the city, they basically didn't arrange for warlocks to guard those magic cannons. Amidst the dense artillery fire, the 500 magic cannons were instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, the artillery fire fell on the magic stones and blew them up, detonating the energy within them and causing them to explode one after another. Huge explosions came from above St. Colin City's city wall, and the astonishing 500 magic cannons were destroyed by Yang Feng's artillery fire. Damn that Yang Feng, how dare he! How dare he destroy our magic cannons! That damned beast! As if being slapped in the face, the upper echelons of Warlock College Antalya had ashen complexions as they cursed loudly. Each of the 500 magic cannons was worth at least 50 million magic stones, there was no market for them. The 500 magic cannons were worth at least 25 million inferior magic stones. This was the foundation that Warlock College Antalya had accumulated for several millennia, and now it was destroyed by Yang Feng in one fell swoop. Once the 5,000 engineering robots arrived before the moat, countless metal blocks quickly unfolded, and spacious huge metal pontoon bridges quickly extended toward St. Colin City's city wall. Once the pontoon bridges were built, the densely packed primary battle robots quickly arrived below St. Colin City's city wall along the pontoon bridges, before madly crawling towards the top of St. Colin City's city wall like spiders. Aldrich revealed a trace of a smile, and waved his hand. Idiots. Huge flood dragon-like crow white-scaled boas covered in white scales suddenly emerged from the moat, and fiercely rammed against the steel pontoon bridges. The adult crow white-scaled boas were level, two extraordinary life forms. When they rammed against the steel pontoon bridges, relying on their terrifying brute force, they sent the steel pontoon bridges flying. The attacking primary battle robots were cut into two at the waist. Approximately 10,000 primary battle robots crawled on top of St. Colin City's city wall, 10,000 were directly drawn into the moat, and 90,000 were trapped on the other side. The level 8 gunner troops of the primary battle robots blocked on the other side of the moat instantly rumbled with their Gauss cannons, and countless Gauss cannons bombarded the crow white-scaled boas. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. One after another, the crow white-scaled boas were blasted apart by the level 8 gunner troops. Blood splattered everywhere, and they turned into corpses that fell into the moat. The eyes of the remaining crow white-scaled boas were bloodshot, and they wanted to rush towards the shore. A burst of extremely strange snake hisses came from St. Colin City, and the crow white-scaled boas immediately retreated into the moat. A human knight rank powerhouse raised high a huge rock and smashed it towards the robots crawling on top of the city wall. Under the impact of the huge rock, the primary battle robots were smashed down from above the city wall and fell into the moat. The water below the moat churned and surged. The primary battle robots that fell into the moat quickly lost contact with Yang Feng. Obviously, they had been destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the moat. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly when he saw this. The primary battle robots that had been destroyed on the battlefield, as long as their wreckage was collected, they would quickly be melted down and manufactured by Yang Feng, and then thrown into the battlefield again, becoming the enemy's nightmare. However, the primary battle robots that sunk into the moat couldn't be melted down before the capture of Warlock College Antalya. Moreover, the crow white-scaled boas were blocking Yang Feng's path of attack, which was very troublesome. Cheyenne suddenly said with a smile, "Darren, are you worried about the crow white-scaled boas? I have a move that can kill them." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "What move? Speak quickly." Cheyenne took out a crystal vial containing a black elixir and said with a light smile, "This is a highly toxic substance refined from demon burial earth mixed with the juice of the 9-leafed Portman flower, demon burial poison. So long as you drop it into the moat, then all life forms in the moat will be poisoned to death." The demon burial ground was formed from the blood essence of fallen ancient demons, whose strength was comparable to that of gods, fusing with the earth. The 9-leafed Portman flower was a kind of highly toxic substance for many life forms. The 9-leafed Portman flower was a kind of rare flower produced in the underworld. It had a healing effect. When the two things were mixed together, it would become an extremely terrifying poison. In the underworld, dark elves were definitely experts in using poisons. When they assassinated each other, they would often use poisons. Therefore, their research on poisons was the best among the underworld's races. Chapter 177. Very good. Yang Feng revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. With a wave of his hand, a humanoid robot immediately took the vial of elixir from Cheyenne's hand. The 200 shield troops guarding beside Yang Feng started at full strength, madly rushing towards St. Colin City's moat at a terrifying speed of 400 km per hour. Under the cover of the primary battle robots below, the primary battle robots above the city wall quickly climbed up the city wall. After paying the price of 1,000 primary battle robots falling to the ground, they jumped onto the city wall. Human knight rank experts were everywhere above the city wall. When they saw the level 4 humanoid robots jump onto the city wall, the human knight rank experts rushed forward and engaged in close combat with the level 4 humanoid robots. 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters suddenly flew up, rumbled their autocannons, and madly strafed the human experts above the city wall. Under the bombardment of the 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters, hundreds and thousands of human experts turned into large pieces that splashed in all directions. The 9 Warlock towers above St. Colin City's city wall flickered with radiance, and fired flame arrows, blasting at the 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters. Boom! 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 The 30 Swift Hawk heavy-duty assault helicopters immediately turned into 30 fireballs, fell to the ground, and exploded. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, and he mused, Warlock towers are really troublesome, worthy of being one of humanity's strongest defensive weapons. Warlock towers were one of humanity's strongest defensive weapons. In human history, there were several crucial battles where the survival of the race was at stake, and it was entirely by relying on Warlock towers to defend to the death, blocking the enemy's offensive, obtaining a chance to breathe, and ultimately achieving victory. Warlock College Antalya inherited the lair of the ancient warlocks, so Warlock towers naturally had extremely formidable defensive capabilities. There had never been a time when St. Colin City had been breached. The reason why Aldrich forced Yang Feng to come to St. Colin City to fight was in order to use defense as offense, to annihilate Steel City's main force in one fell swoop, and then oppress Steel City's living space, before finally destroying Steel City in one fell swoop. While the Mechanical Legion was madly fighting with the human powerhouses of St. Colin City, a humanoid robot finally arrived in front of St. Colin City's moat under the cover of shield troops, and poured the demon burial poison into the moat. When the few drops of demon burial poison fell into the moat, the originally clear and transparent moat seemed to be dyed black by endless ink. It became as black as ink and emitted a foul smell. The water of St. Colin City's moat suddenly surged. One after another, the chrono white-scaled giant snakes madly writhed and issued incomparably mournful shrieks, causing the water of the moat to splatter in all directions. Not long after, the moat stopped churning, and one after another, the corpses of the crow white-scaled giant snake floated up from the moat. Apart from the Caro white-scaled giant snake, there were also piles of dead fish, shrimps, turtles, and crabs floating in the moat. It was like hell. So poisonous. What a terrifying poison. Dark elves, damn it, it's definitely those bitches. They are proficient in refining all kinds of poisons. When the Warlock College Antalya's warlocks saw this scene, they gnashed their teeth and cursed. The engineering robots once again stepped forward and built pontoon bridges leading to St. Colin City. The pontoon bridges have just been set up, when flame arrows shot from the 9 Warlock towers and blasted into the pontoon bridges. Boom! 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 The pontoon bridges that had just been set up were destroyed by the 9 Warlock towers and collapsed. OM! 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 Rumbling sounds unique to bombers came from the sky. Countless bombs dropped from the sky, and as if raindrops, fell towards the 9 Warlock towers with extreme precision. Extremely strange hurricanes blew above the 9 Warlock towers, forming a storm that swept the countless bombs towards the Mechanical Legion. Boom! 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 A variety of bombs instantly blossomed within Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, blowing the primary battle robots into countless components. Dispel. The 2 great Warlock rank experts Dephilia and Cheyenne acted one after another, casting Dispel at the 9 Warlock towers, continuously dispersing the spells released by the 9 Warlock towers. Boom! 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 Cluster bombs, drilling bombs, sonic bombs, incendiary bombs, all kinds of bombs at once bombarded the 9 great Warlock pagodas, causing the 9 great Warlock pagodas to be engulfed in flames. Almost all the apprentice warlocks inside the warlock pagodas were killed, and less than half of the official level 1 warlocks were also killed. However, the 9 warlock towers were extremely sturdy. Even under the bombardment of the Colossus heavy-duty bombers, they still didn't shatter, and stood firm amidst the explosions. Suddenly, mandala-winged flying snakes with a pair of wings, a body length of up to 10 meters, and a single horn on their head flew out from Warlock College Antalia's inner court, and flew towards the sky. Once the mandala-winged flying snakes matured, they would become level 2 extraordinary life forms, possessing the terrifying power to manipulate wind elemental particles, and could freely soar in the sky. They were aerial weapons that Warlock College Antalya had carefully nurtured. Under the leadership of a mandala 4-winged flying snake comparable to a level 3 extraordinary life form, 1,500 mandala-winged flying snakes soared into the sky, and flew towards the Colossus heavy-duty bombers high in the sky. The range of the spells cast by the 9 warlock towers level 3 warlocks wasn't enough, and they were unable to attack the Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying at an altitude of 5,000 m. When the mandala-winged flying snakes flew to an altitude of 2,000 m, they saw several thousand lightning supersonic fighters rushing towards them. Machine guns rumbled, and wind blades flew chaotically. One after another, the lightning supersonic fighters dropped from the sky, before exploding and turning into balls of fire. One after another, the mandala-winged flying snakes dropped from the sky, before turning into minced meat. A cruel and bitter aerial battle erupted above St. Colin City. The mandala-winged flying snakes were indeed extremely ferocious, but the several thousand lightning supersonic fighters were much more powerful than them. After frantically fighting for a while, the mandala-winged flying snakes showed signs of weakening, and their numbers became fewer and fewer. Under the suppression of the sky, the Colossus heavy-duty bombers continued to drop all kinds of bombs. The 9 warlock towers could only barely cast defensive spells, and were powerless to suppress the mechanical legion below. The engineering robots quickly unfolded the steel pontoon bridge, allowing the battle robots to climb the city wall through the pontoon bridge. Suddenly, along with a furious roar, a black dragon carrying a tyrannical weapon rose into the sky from Warlock College Antalya, and flew towards the sky. Cheyenne's pretty face changed slightly, and she warned, "That's the tyrannical black dragon Anthony. Black Dragon Pagoda has also joined the battle." The tyrannical black dragon Anthony was Black Dragon Pagoda's pagoda master. Since he appeared, it proved that Black Dragon Empire had also joined the battle, and wanted to destroy Steel City in one fell swoop. As soon as the tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony flew into the sky, the wreckage of lightning supersonic fighters continuously fell from the sky, and continuously exploded. The battle prowess of the lightning supersonic fighters was extremely terrifying, but when faced with the tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony, who was one of Tyrannid subcontinent's strongest experts, they still seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. 300 magic artilleries suddenly appeared in every corner of St. Colin City, and with a flash of radiance, 300 magic radiances instantly fell on Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Boom! 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 Along with earth-shaking explosions, more than 90% of the mechanical legion in the vicinity of St. Colin City was destroyed. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, he waved his hand, and instantly launched a counterattack. The several tens of thousands of heavy artilleries instantly fired in unison, and bombarded the 300 magic artilleries. Only this time, there were level 3 warlocks from Black Dragon Empire standing in front of the 300 magic artilleries. The level 3 warlocks from Black Dragon Empire at once cast defensive spells, and directly intercepted the artillery shells. Originally, even the strong level 3 warlocks would be unable to intercept Yang Feng's bombardment of heavy artilleries. If level 3 warlocks dared to stand still and let the heavy artilleries bombard them, then their spirit force would eventually be exhausted, and they wouldn't even have their bones left. However, after the heavy artillery's shells were weakened by Warlock College Antalia's spells, their might had already been weakened to a terrifying degree, and thus were easily blocked by the level 3 warlocks from Black Dragon Empire. Aldrich said faintly, Yang Feng, from the moment you were lured here by the 2 women, your Steel City's defeat was foreordained. This battle isn't a battle between Warlock College Antalya and you, but a decisive battle between all of Tyrannid Subcontinent's humans and you human traitors. Aldrich pointed with his finger, and suddenly, magic radiances condensed above St. Colin City, changing into an enormous curtain of light. The place that appeared on the curtain of light was precisely Golden Sand City, which was within Steel City's sphere of influence. At this moment, Golden Sand City was filled with smoke and fire, and everywhere was in shambles. A group of warlocks urged all kinds of extraordinary life forms to madly massacre the humans inside Golden Sand City. Inside Golden Sand City, the munitions factories were ablaze, and the sounds of explosions lingered. An extremely ferocious behemoth was rampaging inside Golden Sand City, tearing apart all the primary battle robots in its way. As if it had sensed something, the extremely ferocious behemoth turned its head, its eyes flickered with a ferocious glint, and it bellowed, Yang Feng, you fool, you actually took Steel City's main force with you. This time, you're screwed. Chapter 178. Seeing this scene, the pretty complexions of Cheyenne and the other experts from Dark Elven clan changed slightly. Cheyenne had an unsightly expression as she whispered, that's Behemoth Claw Conrath, the leader of Savage Claw. Inside St. Colin City, there were already countless experts from Warlock College Antalya and Black Dragon Pagoda guarding it. The munitions factories in the rear had also been captured by Savage Claw. Now, Yang Feng was in a dilemma. As long as he took a wrong step, then he would be consigned to eternal damnation. As for your reinforcements. Aldrich gave a faint smile and pointed with his hand. The light screen inside St. Colin City changed once again. On the light screen, a group of around 500 level 4 primary battle robots had already been dismantled into countless fragments. Next to those primary battle robots stood a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a heroic appearance, blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a white armor. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed and she exclaimed, that's White Elephant Ivory's Tower Master, Steel White Elephant Harwich. Harwich turned towards Yang Feng and said with a smile, Yang Feng, I've intercepted all of your reinforcements. After I've annihilated all of your reinforcements, I'll lead all of White Elephant Ivory's warlocks to attack from behind. You won't have any reinforcements, your fate is to die here. The light screen above St. Colin City continuously rotated. On the light screen, everywhere were the remains of level 4 primary battle robots as well as the remains of all kinds of munitions factories. Regardless of their status, Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory's peak warlocks attacked one after another, destroying the Mechanical Legion reinforcements as well as the munitions factories. Aldrich only gave Yang Feng 2 days of time, as he didn't want the Mechanical Legion to converge. But now, through this method, the experts of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory could easily get rid of Yang Feng's reinforcements and cut off his logistics. Using all kinds of methods to weaken the opponent, this was Starlight Aldrich's style. He only sought success, regardless of the means. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed slightly and she warned, Darren, let's call it a day. Our preparations were too inadequate. Now, retreat and return to Steel City. Wait until the time is ripe, then dispatch troops and dispose of them in one fell swoop. You've already done enough for Eunice and Miss Judy. If you die here, no one will be able to avenge them. Dephilia also sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of unwillingness. Yang Feng, I also agree with Cheyenne's proposal. If you can't do it, don't waste your strength. Yeah. There was a proverb in the eastern world of warlocks, where there's life, there's hope. Milord, you should retreat first. That's right. Let's retreat for now. After a few years, when we have a strong army, we will gather all our forces and kill them. Women? How many do you want? Sir, there are many beautiful women among us dark elves. Anyone would be willing to serve you if you wanted to. Let's retreat first. The upper-class dark elves had wavering expressions as they tried to persuade Yang Feng. They didn't want to die here. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of firmness and he said solemnly, "There's no need to say any more, I've made up my mind. Warlock College Antalya will be breached within today. As long as Warlock College Antalya is breached, then all the problems can be solved." Everyone beside Yang Feng looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with a touch of disapproval. How could Warlock College Antalya be breached so easily? It was a nest built by the ancient warlocks. Dephilia was both gratified and puzzled when she heard that, and her beautiful eyes intertwined with extremely complicated emotions. Yang Feng suddenly ordered, "Pass down my order, everyone immediately retreat by 30 kilometers." After hearing that order, all the primary battle robots quickly retreated frantically towards the rear. Retreat? Or a plan to lure the enemy? Aldrich was filled with doubts when he saw this scene, yet he didn't send people to pursue. In a field battle, Warlock College Antalya couldn't beat Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Even if a great warlock was dispatched, Yang Feng's group also had great warlock rank experts. Retreating? This is probably my fate. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disappointment, and she sighed faintly. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion retreated to a distance of 30 kilometers from Warlock College Antalya, and then stopped according to Yang Feng's order. Everyone was somewhat at a loss regarding Yang Feng's order. Some upper-class dark elves even revealed traces of disdain as they looked at Yang Feng. Dark elves only respected the strong, and Yang Feng's hesitant behavior of not fighting and not retreating made them despise him the most. Yang Feng took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on, looked in the direction of Warlock College Antalya from afar, and ordered faintly, "Detonate." Boom! Below St. Colin City's 9 Warlock Towers, the nuclear warheads installed by the Spectre assassins instantly erupted. Endless light and heat instantly engulfed St. Colin City's 9 Warlock Towers. An extremely terrifying shock wave instantly wreaked havoc in St. Colin City. As if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, the more than 1 million Knight rank experts from the Southern States Coalition atop St. Colin City's city wall were completely engulfed by the terrifying shock wave, before turning into ashes amidst the endless light and heat. The 300 magic cannons along with the 300 level, 3 warlocks of Black Dragon Pagoda were also directly vaporized and turned into ashes. No! Aldrich's terrified scream came from the sky. The magic screen above St. Colin City instantly collapsed. Warlock College Antalya's inner court, inside a 7-story tall warlock tower. Aldrich! Great Warlock Holden's eyes suddenly widened, and he issued a heart-wrenching roar. His body instantly exploded, before turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Inside the 7-story tall Warlock Pagoda, the moment Holden's body exploded, all the warlocks were blasted apart. The weakening array that covered the entire St. Colin City, comparable to the might of gods, was presided over by the warlock inside the 7-story tall Warlock Pagoda. Once the spell was broken, then the warlock inside the Warlock Pagoda would suffer a backlash at the first moment. The large energy-absorbing ancient tree also dimmed, with many branches falling from its huge trunk. It had obviously suffered heavy damage. In the sky, heavy bombers were also shrouded by the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, before falling to the ground like raindrops, before turning into balls of flames and exploding. The lightning supersonic fighters were also affected and fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and exploding. In the sky, the tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony, who had transformed into a black dragon, was also affected by the nuclear explosion's shock wave, before spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the stone-like mechanical black dragons hidden in the clouds opened their eyes, their electronic eyes flickered with an ominous glint. They descended from the sky, opened their ferocious maws, and ferociously bit at the neck of the tyrannical black dragon. Anthony transformed into a black dragon. They forcefully tore off a large chunk of flesh from the neck of the tyrannical black dragon transformed into a black dragon. "Fuck, you're just a smelly golem, break for me." Anthony gave a furious roar, and ferociously whipped the mechanical black dragon with his tail, sending the mechanical black dragon, the strongest among Yang Feng's mechanical battle beasts, flying for 12 meters. After the mechanical black dragon flew for 12 meters, it flapped its wings and continued to fly towards Anthony. "Aldrich, you good for nothing." Anthony swept the area below with his gaze. He saw that the 9 warlock pagodas and the 300 black dragon pagodas level 3 warlocks had already disappeared. He faced upwards and issued a howl of grief and indignation. He cast a spell, turned into a black ray of light, and quickly fled in the direction of the black dragon pagoda. "So decisive, Anthony. These old geezers are really hard to kill." Among the clouds, the space distorted, and Carolina slowly walked out of the space. She looked in the direction Anthony had fled in, and sighed faintly. According to Yang Feng's plan, Carolina should have appeared when Anthony and Aldrich were mutually wounded, and then harvested Anthony's life in one fell swoop. However, Anthony was extremely cunning. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, he immediately chose to flee. Carolina didn't have the ability to make Anthony stay, since he was bent on leaving. Carolina glanced at St. Colin City below, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of apprehension. St. Colin City was actually breached by him. The might of that weapon is really terrifying. St. Colin City's defensive strength was terrifying to the extreme. Even Carolina would find it extremely difficult to destroy the 9 warlock pagodas situated above the city wall. Unless there was a mole, otherwise, it was practically impossible to breach it. However, St. Colin City, which was known to be impregnable, was actually breached by Yang Feng. Carolina's heart was also brimming with complicated feelings. Because that meant that St. Rose City might not be able to withstand the assault of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. What power is this? So terrifying. Is this the power of gods? So terrifying. Such destructive power. It's really terrifying. The Dark Elven experts were dumbstruck when they saw this scene, not daring to believe their eyes. Their ears were still in severe pain from the shock. If it wasn't for the level 8 shield troops opening their protective covers in front of them, then they would definitely have suffered heavy injuries. Cheyenne was dumbstruck. She looked at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with awe. So terrifying. I'm afraid that only gods with their full strength might be able to accomplish such destructive power. Dephilia's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of astonishment. What a terrifying weapon. Such a weapon is really too terrifying. No wonder 18 great warlocks would fall in Black City. Joanna was also dumbstruck, her beautiful eyes brimming with shock and lingering fear. Fortunately, I chose to surrender at that time. Otherwise, if you were to use this weapon, then who knows how many of us Dark Elves would have died. The entire city of Dark Elves clansmen wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Chapter 179. Yang Feng ordered faintly, "Enter the city." 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots along with 2 million level 4 humanoid robots, as if ants, quickly moved toward St. Colin City. Even though St. Colin City's 9 warlock towers had already been destroyed, Yang Feng still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless and rashly invest all of his troops. St. Colin City was a base created by the ancient warlocks. Additionally, it had gone through Warlock College Antalia's several millennia of accumulation. It was unknown how many trump cards it had. Once the entire mechanical legion entered, then it would be turned into ashes by a formidable spell. Yang Feng himself, under the protection of the 100,000 level 8 primary battle robots, walked toward St. Colin City. In any case, he had countless clones. Even if this clone was killed, there was still a large number of clones to replace it. St. Colin City is really amazing, it can even withstand a nuclear explosion. Once Yang Feng entered St. Colin City, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The explosion of the 9 nuclear warheads merely destroyed more than half of St. Colin City's city wall. At the same time, under the protection of St. Colin City, the might of the nuclear explosion was greatly weakened, merely extending 500 meters into the city. Miraculously, St. Colin City remained intact from the nuclear explosion. Only the city wall was destroyed and the defenders were wiped out. Practically all the defenders were wiped out by the 9 nuclear warheads in the vicinity of St. Colin City's city wall. Only then did Yang Feng enter the city and move towards the inner court. Warlock College Antalia's inner court was the core of St. Colin City. Once the inner court was destroyed, the entire St. Colin City would fall into Yang Feng's hands. If the inner court wasn't destroyed, then even if Yang Feng occupied the entire St. Colin City, it would still be reversed. Under the protection of the huge mechanical legion, Yang Feng arrived before Warlock College Antalia's gate. Yang Feng looked at Warlock College Antalia's gate, his heart filled with complex emotions. A few years ago, he was still racking his brains to enter Warlock College Antalya. Furthermore, he had suffered the blows of the Scarlet Hands Blitz and the bullying of his mentor Eunice. But now, he came to Warlock College Antalya with a magnificent army and countless experts as a conqueror. Yang Feng silently glanced at Warlock College Antalya's gate, then directly stepped into the college. In Warlock College Antalya's outer court, there were students who weren't even apprentice warlocks. When the students saw Yang Feng and the Mechanical Legion behind him, their eyes flashed with panic and fear, and they successively surrendered. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the crowd, "Yang Feng, is that you?" "I'm Jarl." Yang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a youngster standing in the crowd. It was the youngster Gars who had accompanied him through the Hunting Fangs wilderness. "So it's Gars, come here." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, the battle robots made way for him. Gars had a complicated look in his eyes, a touch of envy and jealousy flashed past the abyss of his eyes, and he sighed slowly, "Yang Feng, you've changed a lot in just a few years." A few years had passed, yet Gars was still an outer court student of Warlock College Antalya. As for Yang Feng, not only was he a formidable level 1 warlock, but he was also Steel City's Grand Marshal, commanding the Mechanical Legion to breach St. Colin City. The difference in strength and status between the two parties was like night and day. Naturally, Garland felt a little strange. Yang Feng said lightly, "MHM. If there's anything to say, then wait until I breach Warlock College Antalya's inner court." Gars also felt the pressure of a superior coming from Yang Feng, and he couldn't help but respond, "All right." The huge Mechanical Legion quickly advanced and arrived at the entrance of Warlock College Antalya's inner court. This is the entrance to Warlock College Antalya's inner court, no one is allowed to enter. The huge Moloch direwolf Dulcom opened its eyes, firmly stared at Yang Feng and the huge Mechanical Legion, and barked loudly. In a flash, a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 3 warlock erupted, its whole body absorbed the surrounding rocks and condensed into a thick layer of rock armor. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he opened his mouth to recruit, "Dulcom, I've breached St. Colin City. Warlock College Antalya's history ends today. Abandon Warlock College Antalya and follow me, I need your help. I'll give you double the treatment Warlock College Antalya gave you." Dulcom's eyes widened, and he barked, "I promised my master to protect Warlock College Antalya. A Moloch direwolf's oath can never be violated. If you want to enter the inner court, then you'll have to do it over my dead body." Finished speaking, Dulcom suddenly leaped, and as quick as lightning, madly pounced towards Yang Feng. What a loyal wolf, but unfortunately, I can't make use of you. Yang Feng sighed slightly. In the world of warlocks, mutual deceit and intrigue were common. All kinds of extraordinary life forms and formidable beings captured by warlocks from other planes, none of them weren't thinking of ways to rebel against their master and gain freedom. Only loyal and formidable extraordinary life forms like Dulcam, who kept their promises, were rare and precious. More than a dozen mechanical shield troops raised their shields and suddenly stepped forward to block. Layers of level 3 protective covers suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Yang Feng. Dulcam extended its claws and madly slapped, smashing a shield troop's protective cover with a terrifying force. At the same time, the level 3 shield troop's shield caved in, and it was sent flying, before crashing into another shield troop. Thousands of mechanical gunner troops and artillery troops opened fire in a flash. Countless Gauss cannon's shells bombarded Dulcam, and countless rock fragments splashed about. Dulcam only resisted for less than 10 seconds, before collapsing and turning into a pile of rocks under the concentrated fire of the countless artillery shells. Whether it was physical resistance or magical resistance, the Moloch direwolf was very formidable. But under the concentrated fire of thousands of level 8 mechanical gunner troops and artillery troops, no matter how formidable it was, it could only die with a grievance. What a pity! Yang Feng sighed faintly, and then walked towards the inner court. A humanoid robot stepped forward, took out Dulcam's magic core, and put it away. Eunice and Judy had been injected with liquid metal nanorobot elixir. Through the liquid metal nanorobot elixir, Yang Feng could easily lock onto their positions. Under Yang Feng's lead, the Mechanical Legion advanced in the inner court, before arriving below a 7-story tall warlock pagoda. Stop, Yang Feng! Following a furious bellow, Starlight Aldrich grabbed Judy and Eunice, and appeared at the top of the 7-story tall warlock pagoda. At this moment, Aldrich, who had always maintained a calm demeanor and killed his wife and daughter without batting an eyelid, had his hair in a mess, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and cut a sorry figure like a beggar. He looked at Yang Feng with eyes brimming with resentment. The might of the super-defensive spell that enveloped St. Colin City was comparable to that of a divine spell cast with the help of a god's power. Even with the help of St. Colin City left behind by the ancient warlocks, Aldrich still suffered a huge backlash from the nuclear explosion. But Aldrich was very cunning, and transferred the majority of the backlash onto the great warlock Holden as well as the countless low-level warlocks, bursting Holden as well as the countless official warlocks in the inner court in one fell swoop. Even so, his injuries weren't light, and he was naturally brimming with resentment towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots and the densely packed level 4 humanoid robots behind him stopped. Very good. Yang Feng, it seems that you value these 2 women very much. Immediately hand over the control of your mechanical legion to me, and then immediately leave St. Colin City along with all of Steel City's great warlock rank experts. Otherwise, I'll kill them at once. Aldrich's eyes flashed with a touch of malevolence, he flicked his hand, and 2 black claws suddenly appeared, grabbing at the throats of Eunice and Judy, ready to crush their throats at any time. Aldrich, don't be naive. Today's battle will decide the life and death of Steel City. I won't take even half a step back. I won't hand over the control of the Mechanical Legion to you. Otherwise, wouldn't the millions of citizens of our city of steel all die at your hands? I admit that I value Eunice and Judy very much. However, your conditions are too outrageous, and I can't agree to them. How about this, you return the 2 of them to me, and I'll let you live and give you a chance to stage a comeback. For a selfish person like you, your life is more important than anything else. Let them go, and you'll live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Yang Feng took a step forward, his eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he barked. Aldrich burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt. You want to kill me? How could it be that simple? Just by relying on those metal lumps? Although I can't kill those metal lumps, but if I want to escape, then who in the world can stop me? Yang Feng's mechanical legion's frontal assault was extremely powerful. However, it was extremely difficult to make a peak great warlock like Aldrich stay. Is that so? Why don't you take a look at this? Yang Feng gave a cold smile, and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A radiance suddenly flew out, fell on the ground, and revealed a figure. It was the level, for extraordinary life form mechanical Moffin demonic polar bear. Aldrich said disdainfully, it's just a trifling level, for extraordinary life form rank alchemical golem, I can easily dismantle such an alchemical golem. Yang Feng sneered, and continuously pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. Amani lightwing ice bird, Kalaman boa, fire lion, lightning leopard, one after another, level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts suddenly appeared in front of Aldrich. Before long, 13 level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared in front of Yang Feng, exuding terrifying life force and staring covetously at Aldrich. They were waiting for Yang Feng's order, ready to pounce on Aldrich and tear him to pieces at any moment. Chapter 180. When Aldrich saw this, his complexion changed slightly and became very unsightly. As one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's peak experts, with the help of the semi-divine armament in his hands, he could challenge about 8 level, for extraordinary life forms at the same time at his peak. However, he was currently heavily injured, and he was facing 13 level 4 transcendent creature level mechanical beasts. If they really fought, if he didn't escape, only death would await him. Aldrich said with a cold smile, so what? Even if you have so many great warlock rank alchemical golems, but if I want to escape, you won't be able to stop me. Is that so? Then let me show you my strongest trump card. The power of the divine armament, Book of Great Prophecy. Yang Feng smiled coldly, flipped his hand, and a book exuding strange fluctuations of power appeared in his hand. Aldrich became extremely nervous at once, staring at the book in Yang Feng's hand. Then, his eyes spewed endless flames of fury and he roared madly, what Book of Great Prophecy? This is clearly Clifford's legend rank secret treasure book of Gaia. Are you playing with me? Yang Feng sighed faintly and said, of course I'm playing with you, isn't it obvious? Are you retarded? Just as Aldrich was about to go mad with anger, staring at Yang Feng for a split second, a figure suddenly burst out from the shadow behind him like a ghost and stabbed at Aldrich with the legend-rank dagger kiss of the damned. Aldrich instinctively erupted with an extremely formidable life force, which revolved around him. The legend-rank dagger kiss of the damned easily cut through Aldrich's life force, which could even resist a level 4 spell, and stabbed into his back. 12 kinds of curses instantly erupted inside Aldrich, causing black gas to linger around him and making him extremely weak. The figure of the shadow also revealed itself, it was the legend-rank assassin knight hunter Romulich. Taking advantage of the moment when Aldrich's attention was attracted by Yang Feng, Romulich seized the opportunity and stabbed Aldrich in the abdomen with the legend-rank dagger kiss of the damned. Bastard, go to hell. Aldrich's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at that shadow and instantly cast the 4th tier instant death spell, Disintegrate. A ray of Disintegrate shot towards Romulich. Once the level for instant death spell Disintegrate was successfully released, then even if it was a great warlock rank expert, they would still have a great chance of being insta-killed. This was definitely a very terrifying spell. For a legendary assassin like Romulich, once she was hit by Disintegrate, there was a 90% chance that she would be instantly killed and turned into a pile of dregs. At this moment, an azure light screen appeared in front of Romulich. When the green disintegration ray hit the azure light screen, it immediately shattered the azure light screen. Romulich took advantage of the opportunity to pull out a dagger and slash, cutting off the claws on Eunice's and Judy's throats. She reached out and grabbed Eunice's and Judy's shoulders, pulled them hard, and her tender body quickly floated backwards towards Yang Feng's camp. Aldrich's whole body was shrouded in black gas of curses. His eyes flickered with an extremely resentful radiance and he barked, "You can't save them. I've already cast a spell on their bodies. As long as I have a thought, their souls will collapse and they'll turn into corpses." Aldrich's words had just fallen when Eunice and Judy suddenly screamed. Their bodies twitched, their eyes turned white and their bodies swelled up, as if there was some terrifying foreign object moving around inside their bodies. Traces of blood flowed out of their mouths. "Is that so? Unfortunately, my spell is specialized in restraining your spells." Carolina walked out of the void, flipped her lily-white hand and the rose divine mirror suddenly appeared in her hand. She shone it at Eunice and Judy. A sacred and bright white holy light shone on Eunice and Judy. The faces of Eunice and Judy revealed expressions of pain. They opened their mouths and streams of black mist flew out of their mouths, condensed into human faces and screamed in pain. Then, under the illumination of the sacred white holy light, they were purified and disappeared. Aldrich's eyes flashed with a touch of despair and he issued a beast-like roar, "Carolina, it's actually you. You actually came as well." Saint Rose Carolina was a publicly recognized expert in purifying all kinds of evil spells in Tyrannid subcontinent. Saint Rose's Great Radiant Tome was also one of the strongest secret techniques in Tyrannid subcontinent. It could purify countless evil spells. With Carolina, no matter how evil the spells Aldrich cast on Eunice and Judy, they would all be purified. Carolina said with a merry smile, "That's right. Aldrich, I came to see how you'll be defeated. At that time, when you swaggered around in my rose garden, did you ever think that this day would come?" The mechanical black dragon exuding traces of the ancient black dragon's might descended from the sky and landed behind Aldrich, completely blocking his escape route. Aldrich's complexion changed several times. Suddenly, contrary to everyone's expectations, he knelt on the ground, kowtowed towards Yang Feng and implored, "Yang Feng Darren, I beg you to spare my lowly life. I can let you cast control spells on me. I only beg you to spare my lowly life. After all, I'm Eunice's biological father. I'm her only relative in this world, I beg you, spare my life. I'm a great warlock rank expert, I know all of Warlock College Antalia's secrets. As long as you take me as a slave, I'll tell you everything, so that you can easily take control of Warlock College Antalia." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, adaptable, truly an ambitious and ruthless person. Carolina saw Aldrich wagging his tail and begging Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. What a disappointment. Romulaj's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of contempt. Although she was forced to surrender to Yang Feng, but she didn't wag her tail and beg for pity, nor did she lower her voice. Aldrich was one of Tyrannid subcontinent's most formidable great warlocks, Warlock College Antalia's dean. Such a bigwig, when faced with life and death, was unexpectedly so unbearable. This made Romulaj's words emerge in her mind, unworthy of his reputation. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a humanoid robot walked towards Aldrich with a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir in hand, grabbed Aldrich's hand, and injected the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Aldrich's right hand. Aldrich sensed that his immune system had killed 1/10 of the liquid metal nanorobots, and his complexion changed slightly, yet he didn't resist and obediently knelt on the ground. Under the attentive gazes of so many experts, only death would await Aldrich if he resisted. After seeing the liquid metal nanorobot elixir being injected into Aldrich's body, Yang Feng turned towards Eunice and asked, "Whether to kill him or not, I'll leave the decision to you. I promised you that I'll kill him for you. So long as you say the word, I'll let him die." Aldrich immediately turned pale with fright, before looking up at Yang Feng and saying, "Master, you promised to spare my wretched life. Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, when did I promise you? It's just that you were mistaken. The one deciding your life now is your daughter Eunice, not me. Aldrich immediately turned around, knelt on the ground, cut a sorry figure, and implored bitterly, Eunice, my daughter, my biological daughter. I know I was wrong, I beg you, spare my life. I'm begging you, for the sake of me being your biological father, please spare my life. I'll give you all the resources I've accumulated over the years. Moreover, as long as I give you careful pointers, you'll definitely become a great warlock in the future. Eunice gave Aldrich a deep look, her beautiful eyes concealing a touch of deep resentment. Aldrich, my dear biological father. At that time, my mother and my elder sister also implored you to not act against them. But you bastard, in order to obtain a trace of progress in your strength, you cruelly killed them. I'll never forgive you. Master, kill this bastard. Henceforth, my body and heart are yours. All right, you can die. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret, before saying faintly to Aldrich. No. Aldrich uttered an extremely miserable scream, his face distorted, his body uncontrollably swelled up, and with a pop, he directly exploded. Only his intact head remained, rolling on the ground. His aura of life disappeared at once. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were a lot of extraordinary life forms with only their heads remaining. But Aldrich clearly wasn't such a monster. When Carolina and Romulage saw this scene, their hearts trembled slightly. Aldrich was a pinnacle great warlock, even though he was stabbed by Romulage's kiss of the damned and his strength weakened by more than 90%, he was still very formidable. His battle prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary great warlock. Such a peerless expert, with just a few words from Yang Feng, died tragically without the strength to resist. This made them have an intuitive understanding of how terrifying the god-extinguishing elixir was. Yang Feng looked at Aldrich's corpse, his eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Although Aldrich didn't have any moral integrity, but he was a genuine pinnacle great warlock. If it wasn't for Eunice, then Yang Feng would have definitely taken him in as his subordinate and promoted his own power. After all, Aldrich's character wasn't good, but his strength was tyrannical, his conduct was also ruthless, despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous. He was a veteran of dirty work. Thank you, Master. Henceforth, my body and heart are yours. Eunice at once threw herself into Yang Feng's embrace and deeply kissed him. Her coquettish eyes were like silk, her whole body exuding an enchanting luster. Chapter 181. Yang Feng gave a slight smile. He knew that he had subdued the mind of the stunningly beautiful Eunice. Prior to this, he had only controlled her through the liquid metal nanorobots. The wonderful feeling of having one's heart and mind fusing was more than 100 times better than having the body of a walking corpse. Judy gave Eunice a somewhat envious glance, then went to Yang Feng's side. She kissed him on the cheek and said with a smile like a flower, "Thank you, Master." Yang Feng laughed heartily and embraced Judy and Eunice. After getting rid of Aldrich, Yang Feng's huge mechanical legion directly entered St. Colin City and took over the defenses of St. Colin City's various key locations. St. Colin City had also accumulated a huge amount of goods to deal with the attack of the underworld's allied forces. The huge amount of goods fell into Yang Feng's hands, making him unable to conceal his grin. Yang Feng gave an order, and countless engineering robots started to construct a variety of weapons within St. Colin City, starting to fortify St. Colin City. Additionally, all kinds of munitions factories started to be constructed within St. Colin City. Within Steel City's sphere of influence, in front of a dilapidated munitions factory, Cornell's transformed behemoth's eyes flickered with an extremely savage glint. He stared fixedly at a warlock and said in a voice that contained endless fury, "You said that St. Colin City has already been breached?" The warlock said somewhat tremblingly, "Yes. Your Holiness." Cornell's eyes flashed with a touch of madness and he bellowed, overflowing with killing intent, "Impossible. That's impossible. St. Colin City was guarded by Warlock College Antalya and Black Dragon Pagoda. How could it have been destroyed? How could it have been breached so easily? Are you deceiving me? You're deceiving me, aren't you?" The Warlock felt that if he didn't handle this well, then he might be slapped to death by Cornell at any time. The Warlock reported while trembling with fear, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion used the mysterious weapon that killed Kamis and the others, destroyed St. Colin City's city wall and killed the 1 million knight rank experts of St. Colin City. Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master Anthony fled, Aldrich died in battle, and the entire St. Colin City was occupied by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Fuck. Aldrich, you fool, you misled me. Cornell's eyes were bloodshot as he faced the sky and let out a long roar. He was so angry that he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The 5 great warlock groups besieging Steel City was a plan formulated by Aldrich. Cornell had originally believed that this plan was in the bag, so he personally took action and led the Claw of Ambition's experts to burn, kill, and loot all over Steel City, destroying its munitions factories. Now that St. Colin City had been captured by Yang Feng, Savage Claw, White Elephant's Ivory and Black Dragon Pagoda were the 3 great forces that Yang Feng would definitely retaliate against. Cornell suddenly roared, "Where's the eyes of justice? Didn't they reinforce St. Colin City?" Savage Claw, White Elephant's Ivory, Black Dragon Pagoda and Warlock College Antalya were mortal enemies. It was because of this that Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory were responsible for cutting off Yang Feng's reinforcements. The Eyes of Justice acted as a mobile reinforcements that could support the major battlefields at any time. The Warlock said extremely bitterly, "The Eyes of Justice didn't go to the battlefields, they just made a gesture, that's all." Cornell gnashed his teeth and said, "The Eyes of Justice, the Atchison, the Eyes of Justice." He's planning to sit on top of the mountain and watch as we and Yang Feng fight to the bitter end. The Warlock asked, "Your Holiness, what should we do now?" Cornell promptly made a decision, "Withdraw at once." "Withdraw, Savage Claw." A Warlock holding a communications magic box walked up to Cornell and said, "Your Holiness, His Holiness Steel White Elephant wants to talk to you." Cornell's eyebrows creased slightly, then he reached out and touched the communications magic box. With a flash of magic radiance, Hara's voice came from the magic box, "Cornell, I just got the information that St. Colin City has fallen, Anthony is seriously injured and Aldrich is dead." Cornell said coldly, "I also got the information. Aldrich is really a good-for-nothing, he was actually so easily killed." Haris said solemnly, "That's right, Aldrich is indeed a good-for-nothing. Now, we only have one chance, a chance to survive from the jaws of death. Raid Steel City's base, Giant Stone City. As long as Giant Stone City is breached and Yang Feng's uncle Yang Yi is captured alive, then we still have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, with Yang Ye's peerless alchemy, coupled with Warlock College Antalya's and Rose Garden's tremendous resources, as long as we give them some time, then we won't be able to resist Steel City's Mechanical Legion." Haris could see it very clearly, as long as Yang Feng was given some time to develop, then countless level 8 primary battle robots would be manufactured, then it would be the end of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory. But his only mistake was that he guessed incorrectly, that Yang Yi didn't exist. Everyone was certain that Steel City had an alchemy expert called Yang Yi, but that was because it was impossible for Yang Feng to be that peerless alchemy expert. The information regarding Yang Feng practicing cultivation in Warlock College Antalya had already been thoroughly researched by the major forces, it was impossible for him to be an expert with peerless alchemy. The only possibility was that he was served by an expert with peerless alchemy. For an expert with peerless alchemy to serve a waste with an inferior level, 1 soul aptitude, apart from being a blood relative, there was no other way to explain it. Yang Ye's image also became vivid and lifelike. Conrath said coldly, Are you sure that Giant Stone City doesn't have that mysterious alchemical weapon that killed Kamas and the others? Horace was silent at once. Even if he was tyrannical, but he still didn't dare to say that he could contend against that terrifying alchemical weapon that annihilated 18 great warlocks. As for whether or not Giant Stone City had that kind of weapon, that was simply a matter of course. Conrath said lightly, "If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm going to take my people to Savage Claw. If Yang Feng dares to bring his people to Savage Claw, then I'll definitely exterminate him." Horace gave a long sigh and said, "All right. Return to Savage Claw." Conrath immediately ordered. All the warlocks belonging to Savage Claw quickly rode various kinds of secret treasures or extraordinary flying life forms and quickly retreated toward Savage Claw. In a secluded valley. Dressed in white, a handsome middle-aged man brimming with a scholarly temperament said somewhat regretfully, "Conrath and Horace actually didn't fight Steel City to the bitter end, that's truly regrettable." This middle-aged man dressed in white was impressively Eyes of Justice's leader Atchison. "However, we've already received enough offerings for this battle." Atchison smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a scarlet crystal ball appeared in his hand. Inside the scarlet crystal ball, countless wronged souls screamed mournfully. One after another, human faces continuously tumbled inside the scarlet crystal ball, issuing extremely mournful wails. Atchison stared at the scarlet crystal ball in his hand, his eyes flashing with a trace of madness, before saying in a low voice, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank those idiots from the underworld's allied forces. If it wasn't for them, then it wouldn't have been so easy for me to collect this 100 million wronged souls' bloody tear crystal. With this wronged soul's bloody tear crystal, I can open a planar passageway and let the mighty Lord descend upon this plane. As for me, I can also become a formidable existence comparable to a starry sky warlock." Finished speaking, Atchison smiled slightly, waved his hand, opened a portal, and directly entered it. Before long, the news of St. Colin City being breached and Warlock College Antalia's Dean Aldrich dying in battle spread throughout Tyrannid subcontinent. The entire Tyrannid subcontinent was in an uproar. St. Colin City was the nest of the ancient warlocks, it had countless marvelous places. Since the establishment of Warlock College Antalya, it was practically impregnable, and no one had ever been able to breach it. This was also the strongest source of confidence for the 6 great warlock groups. Now that Yang Feng had captured St. Colin City, the legend of the 6 great warlock groups' nests being indestructible had been shattered. Countless people in Tyrannid subcontinent raised their eyebrows. His reputation as a traitor to humanity was also shattered. Many human forces secretly sent envoys to contact Yang Feng and deliver all kinds of minerals required by Steel City. In the battle with St. Colin City, countless small forces that opposed Yang Feng were destroyed. The remaining forces basically surrendered to Yang Feng and became a part of Steel City. Fernandro Principality, Fernandro family, in the assembly hall. Lei Mix laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha. I told you that Steel City wasn't that simple. I didn't expect that they would even capture St. Colin City. That's really amazing. We've struck it big." At that time, Lei Mix had chosen to completely side with Yang Feng. Although he was forced by the circumstances, but he had also shouldered tremendous pressure. Now that Steel City had become Tyrannid subcontinent's overlord rank force, it proved that his decision at that time was completely correct. In the assembly hall, the faces of all the elders were also brimming with excitement. After the battle with Steel City, it had become Tyrannid subcontinent's overlord rank force. The forces that had sided with it earlier would also reap tremendous benefits. One of the elders hastily flattered, "Patriarch is really wise. Yang Feng has already become Steel City's Grand Marshal by marriage. I've heard that many level 3 warlock families want to offer their female clansmen to him as concubines, yet they're unable to do so." Another elder said with a smile, "That's right. I've heard that the level 3 warlock family, Blom family, wants to offer their family's first wife's daughter to Yang Feng as a concubine, yet Yang Feng has yet to agree. Our Fernando family's Jessica is his official wife. In the future, when Steel City establishes an empire, she'll at least be an imperial concubine, her status unspeakably noble. Chapter 182. The faces of the Fernando clan's elders were flushed as they laughed heartily. Once Steel City established an empire, then Yang Feng was bound to be Steel City's future crown prince, and even had the possibility of directly becoming the empire's emperor. After all, Yang Yi was famous for not liking to manage and wholeheartedly devoted himself to alchemy. The identity of an imperial concubine of a formidable empire comparable to that of the Black Dragon Empire was definitely much more distinguished than that of Fernando Principality's king. Anusha also revealed a trace of a smile, just that it was somewhat forced. She was currently filled with jealousy towards Jessica. An elder suddenly said, "There are many beautiful women around Yang Feng. As far as I know, Eunice and Shi Shui are both peerless beauties. Moreover, Carolina, Cordelia, Clarissa and Dephilia, the four holy ones, all of them are peerless beauties. Jessica is alone by his side, I'm afraid that she won't be able to compete with them for favor." The smiles of the Fernando clan's elders stagnated and their eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The concubines of a great empire were also divided into favored and unfavored ones. The favored concubines were far from being comparable to the unfavored concubines. I suggest that we also send Anusha over, let her be Jessica's maid and help solidify her favor. Good idea. The elders in the conference hall nodded slightly in agreement with this proposal. Lei Mix waved his hand, suppressing the discussions of the elders in the conference hall. He stared at Anusha and said, "Anusha, are you willing to go to Yang Feng's side for the sake of Fernando clan and help solidify Jessica's favor?" Yang Feng's status was now different. Moreover, the story of Yang Feng leading Steel City's main force to breach St. Colin City in one fell swoop for the sake of Eunice and Judy had already spread throughout the continent. Lei Mix didn't want to rudely send Anusha to Yang Feng's side. If he nurtured an enemy of the clan, then it would be troublesome. Anusha gave a reserved smile, suppressed the excitement in her heart and said flatly, "Patriarch, I'm willing." Lei Mix nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "That's good, I'll take you to St. Colin City tomorrow." Apart from Fernando clan, all the major forces in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent began to move. Many forces sent the most beautiful women of their families in an attempt to offer them to Yang Feng and become his women. After Yang Feng captured St. Colin City, he once again began to build munitions factories everywhere and fortify St. Colin City. At the same time, he had the two female great warlock Dephilia and Clarissa preside over St. Colin City's affairs. In Warlock College Antalia's inner court, there were many more female warlocks from Rose Garden. With Rose Garden's support and the two female great warlocks Dephilia and Clarissa keeping watch, St. Colin City once again became impregnable and recovered part of its power. The Dark Elves' powerhouses returned to the Dark Elves' main city in the underground world. After handing over all the affairs to others, Yang Feng, Shi Shui, Eunice and Judy, the four people arrived at Rose Garden. In the depths of Rose Garden. This is my Rose Garden's divine-level secret treasure, the Rose Divine Pool. Carolina took Yang Feng's group of four all the way to a pond and pointed at it. Yang Feng took a closer look. Blue jade-colored roses were in full bloom at the center of a wide pond. As if it had a life of its own, the pond revolved continuously and absorbed the surrounding magic energy. There were 8 huge grooves around the pool, and each groove was filled with countless inferior magic stones. With every passing minute, many low-level magic stones would turn into dust, and all the magic energy would be sucked dry. The magic energy would be directly absorbed into the Rose Divine Pool. Chapter 183. Yang Feng opened his eyes flickered and brimmed with vigor. His whole body was brimming with indescribable strength, his entire person started to become more handsome and charming, exuding a charming temperament. Gentle energy diffused from the green bead on Yang Feng's chest and entered his body, continuously nourishing his fleshly body and enhancing his strength. Carolina stared at Yang Feng. Suddenly a thought emerged within her: why does this guy look so much better than before? Black Dragon's blood meridians were originally one of Tyrannid subcontinent's first-rate blood meridians. Yang Feng possessed ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians. The ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians were imperceptibly changing him practically every day, making him evolve in a more perfect direction. Blood Meridian warlocks with Black Dragon's blood meridians were basically handsome men and beautiful women. There were no ugly people. Even if there were ugly people, under the influence of the blood meridians, they would slowly change into handsome men and beautiful women. Unless they were under a strong curse or some sort of dark spell, they would remain ugly. Cheyenne came out from the side with a merry smile and said, "Congratulations Darren for promoting to a level 2 warlock and taking another step towards the great warlock path." Yang Feng said with a carefree smile, "You're such a sweet talker. Speak, what do you want from me?" After Yang Feng's cultivation base was promoted to a level 2 warlock, his strength suddenly soared and his survivability once again soared by a large margin. His lifespan increased once again, naturally making him feel extremely carefree. Cheyenne said with a smile, "I have a matter to report to Darren. As for how to deal with it, I'll leave it to Darren to decide." Yang Feng said lightly, "Speak." Cheyenne sweetly smiled and said, "Our dark elves spent several hundred years in the surface world to support the hidden vampires in the human world. We originally planned to use them as our dark elves' pawns, but they recently broke away from our control. This kindred monarch actually intends to condense divinity and directly ascend to godhood." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness as he said, "Ascend to godhood. With the help of faith power, ascend to godhood, condense a demigod lattice, and become a transcendent being with terrifying strength." This was the most crucial step in the evolution of many formidable beings from other planes. Once the kindred monarch became a demigod, then he would possess terrifying battle prowess comparable to that of a starry sky warlock. Even a terrifying existence like the ancient black dragon Vedarnia at its peak could fight against it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he said coldly, "That won't do. I have to kill it before it ascends to godhood." Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor, and she said with a sweet smile, "Sir, I have a suggestion." The deepest part of the Eye of Justice headquarters was a forbidden area that only the current leader of the Eye of Justice and the various great elders could enter. A 10-meter-tall monster statue with a wolf's head, a human's head, and a tiger's head sat in the center of a blood-red altar. It had a beast-like body, long claws on both hands and feet, a pair of wings on its back, and a scorpion tail. Around the blood-red altar, there were 8 pools of blood that emitted an endless evil aura. Each of the pools was constantly churning, condensing into human faces that let out mournful and terrifying cries. No one would have thought that the Eye of Justice headquarters, which had always been fair and claimed to represent justice, would actually have such an evil blood-red altar that had killed an unknown number of living beings. Eyes of Justice's leader, the Sword of Justice Atchison, slowly walked in from outside, and arrived before the blood-red altar. "Is what I'm doing really the right thing?" Atchison's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation when he saw the blood-red altar exuding a thick stench, the wailing of wronged souls, and the constantly churning pools of blood. A trace of bloodthirsty and tyrannical red light suddenly flashed in the depths of Atchison's eyes, and his gaze recovered its firmness. "Starry Sky Warlock, as long as I can promote to a Starry Sky Warlock, then I'm willing to do anything." "Atchison, my most devout believer, you've come." A majestic voice filled with terrifying pressure reverberated in the forbidden area. Atchison prostrated on the ground, his eyes brimming with fanaticism, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, mighty demonic god Cartman, your most devout believer Atchison has come with an offering. I'll open a passage here, and respectfully welcome your majesty to descend upon this world and dominate the entire world. Your majesty, mighty demonic god Cartman, it was you who bestowed the power of Eyes of Justice. It was you who guided the development of Eyes of Justice. Everyone in Eyes of Justice is your most devout believer, and we respectfully welcome your arrival, and dedicate everything for your arrival. You'll dominate everything, you'll control everything, this world will belong to you. 8 wizened old men, who looked as if they would die from a gust of wind, yet exuding great warlock rank life force, walked out of the caves behind the statues. They respectfully prostrated on the ground, and recited words of praise. Eyes of Justice's underlying strength was frighteningly terrifying. The number of 9 great warlock rank experts was already far above that of Black Dragon Pagoda, which was reputed to have the most great warlocks. In fact, Eyes of Justice didn't have any divine rank treasures as their underlying strength, yet they were still able to become one of the 6 great warlock groups, and that was because they could obtain tremendous power from the other plane's demonic god Cartman. Their inheritance was continuous, and in every era, they had at least 7 great warlock rank experts. They intimidated the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, and no one dared to underestimate them. At the same time, they publicized that they also had divine rank treasures in their possession. Atchison raised the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal high, and silently recited an incantation. The myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal suddenly flourished with red light, and a blood energy brimming with resentment suddenly erupted, attempting to erode Atchison. Atchison casually tossed the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal into the statue's mouth. The statue opened its mouth, and swallowed the myriad wronged soul's bloody tear crystal into its belly. Black and red rays of light spread out from the statue's body. The statue suddenly split open, revealing a huge cave. Cartman's eyes flickered with an excited glint, and he burst into laughter. After thousands of years of planning, it's finally time to reap the harvest. The Tsangji Plains Dawn Imperial Court has already collapsed. Now it has become a piece of juicy meat, whoever can snatch it, it will belong to them. I, Cartman, will open a planar passageway leading to our demon race in the Tsangji Plain. We'll once again descend upon this plane and become its ruler. I, Cartman, will also be promoted to a true demon god because of this achievement. Cartman said lightly, "Go and summon Eyes of Justice's warlocks. I'm going to transform all of them into puppets of our race. These human warlocks aren't weak, and they're cultivating the flawed secret methods I passed on to them. They'll serve as cannon fodder for our conquest of Tyrannid subcontinent." "Yes, your majesty." The demons draped in the skins of the 8 Eyes of Justice's great elders responded respectfully, and then retreated. Before long, Eyes of Justice's warlocks were summoned into the forbidden area. After they came out, although they were still draped in a layer of human skin, but they were no longer human on the inside. Before long, all of Eyes of Justice's human warlocks had been transformed into demons. After all of Eyes of Justice's human warlocks had been transformed into demons, a steady stream of grotesquely shaped demons emerged from the planar passageway. Savage Claw's headquarters, in a reception hall, there were 2 people sitting at a large table. They were Cornell and Horace. Cornell's eyebrows creased slightly, and he said solemnly, "Atchison actually wants to see the 2 of us? What the hell is he thinking?" Horace analyzed faintly, "He should be apologizing to us for the matter of the reinforcements not arriving. I'm afraid that the pressure from Steel City isn't small. These past few days, due to Yang Feng's seclusion, Steel City hadn't made any big movements. However, a steady stream of all kinds of supplies had been delivered to St. Colin City and Giantstone City. The munitions factories issued loud noises day and night, making the 4 great forces tremble in fear and brimming with anxiety. However, St. Colin City, Rose Garden, Giantstone City, and the City of Dark Elves, these 4 strongholds were as solid as a rock, without any flaws. Cornell and the others also had no choice but to sink into a deadlock. They could only watch helplessly as young Feng continued to grow stronger. Cornell snorted coldly, "Humph, that coward, he actually fled midway." If he had led Eyes of Justice's people to support Aldrich, then Aldrich might not have been defeated so quickly. Warlock College Antalya had 9 7-story-tall warlock pagodas. According to reason, it required 7 great warlock rank experts in coordination with countless warlock rank experts, in order to display Warlock College Antalya's most formidable battle strength. With every additional great warlock rank expert, Warlock College Antalya's defense would double. If Atchison had led all of Eyes of Justice's experts to station themselves in Warlock College Antalya's warlock pagodas, then Yang Feng might not have been able to capture Warlock College Antalya. Horace smiled bitterly, and didn't say much. He was very clear that even if Atchison had led Eyes of Justice's experts to support Warlock College Antalya, Aldrich still wouldn't have let them station themselves in the core 9 warlock pagodas. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house, and exposing his mysteries to Eyes of Justice. After this war, the human warlocks were no longer able to suppress the various gods and demons that filled the demonic divine dynasty. Due to the rebellion of the various gods and demons, the dynasty collapsed. The demons were definitely one of the most terrifying enemies of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Every time the demons descended on the Tsangji continent, it would be followed by a terrifying calamity that would engulf the whole world, a demonic calamity. Tarandit's subcontinent was extremely remote, and had not experienced a demonic calamity for nearly 10,000 years. Cornell and the others didn't expect that Atchison's body was actually being controlled by a formidable demon. Cartman said lightly, "What do the 2 of you think about it?" While spitting blood, Cornell burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, I, Cornell, am the master of Savage Claw, a man of indomitable spirit. How could I surrender to a freak like you? Back then, you demons were our slaves. Now you want to enslave your master, that's simply wishful thinking." During the time of the 4th Warlock Dynasty, the Star Dynasty, the Star Lord had already conquered the Demonist plane and incorporated it into the sphere of influence of the human warlocks, becoming one of the human colonies. Ever since the 4th Warlock Dynasty, whenever a human warlock dynasty rose, the demons would obediently serve as the slaves and lackeys of the human warlocks. Once the human warlock dynasty collapsed, then they would throw stones at the human warlocks while they were down, and attack the Tsangji Plain in an attempt to replace and eliminate the human warlocks. Stubborn fellows, go to hell. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and he said frigidly. He snapped his fingers, and clouds of black demonic chi gushed out of Cornell's body, inflating him into a balloon, before exploding with a bang, turning him into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Cartman swept Horace with a glance with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "A wise man submits to circumstances." At that time, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were powerful, and we had no choice but to yield. Now, the Tsangji Plain has declined, and humans have fallen. This plane will belong to us demons, while the Tarandit subcontinent will belong to me, the Demon Emperor Cartman. Horace, you've bitterly practiced cultivation for hundreds of years, do you want to be as stubborn as Cornell and court your own death? Horace hesitated for a moment, before clenching his teeth and saying, "Sir Demon Emperor Cartman, I can surrender to you. However, you must promise not to use any secret methods to control my thoughts." Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, yet his face carried a trace of a kind and cordial smile as he said, "All right, I promise you." Although the Tsangji Plains human warlocks had declined, and were no longer as glorious as the 8 great warlock dynasties, However, in the Tsangji Plains continent, experts were still as common as clouds, and experts were as plentiful as rain. It definitely wasn't that simple for demons to conquer the entire Tsangji Plain. They had to use human warlocks to fight human warlocks, and instigate human warlocks to kill each other, only then would the demons have a chance. This was the experience summed up by the demons for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, Cartman attached great importance to Horus, who was the first human great warlock to pledge allegiance to him. Horus asked respectfully, "Master, now that Cornell is dead, what do you plan to do with Savage Claw?" Cartman said lightly, "Destroy it. My subordinates have already followed me into Savage Claw. With Cornell dead, Savage Claw's headquarters is completely in my pocket." Savage Claw was one of the ancient warlock relic sites. If there were enough great warlocks and level 3 warlocks, then even Starry Sky warlocks could be suppressed, and even slightly contend against Moonlight warlocks. However, Savage Claw had suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Black City, and the number of great warlocks wasn't enough. Moreover, Cornell had been killed by Cartman's sneak attack. Without a leader, Savage Claw couldn't resist Cartman, a terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank expert. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of a crafty glint, and he said solemnly, "Horus, help me make an appointment with Black Dragon Pagoda's Master Anthony. I want to meet him. Tell him that I want to apologize to him. Moreover, I'll prepare a generous gift for him." Cartman possessed terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank strength, yet he still acted very cautiously. He wanted to uproot Tyrandot's powerful forces one by one. At the moment, he was merely an embodiment of his true body in the Demonist plane. Once he entered ancient warlock relic sites like Black Dragon Pagoda or St. Rose Garden, then he might be directly suppressed and killed. Horus said with a bitter smile, "Master, Black Dragon Pagoda's Master Anthony was seriously injured by Steel City's Mechanical Legion, and is currently in seclusion. I invited him before, but he ignored me." Cartman was slightly taken aback, and said, "Steel City's Mechanical Legion? When did such a force like Steel City emerge in Tyrandot subcontinent?" In that case, he only obtained Atchison's body, but didn't obtain Atchison's memories. Horus was slightly moved within. Horus said, "Master, Steel City's master is called Yang Yi, and he's a peerless genius in alchemy. He obtained the alchemy inheritance of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, Golem Dynasty, and refined a mechanical legion composed entirely of mechanical golems. That mechanical legion is very powerful, and we're not his match. Even the Rose Garden and the Dark Elves had joined his side. Master, if you want to become Tyrandot subcontinent's master, then Yang Yi is your greatest enemy." Cartman said faintly, "Is that so? Where's Yang Yi's base?" Horus's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said respectfully, "His base is in Fernandro Principality's Giantstone City." Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said with a faint smile, "Go invite him, Rose Gardens Carolina, and the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne to White Tooth City for a chat. Tell them that the 3 of us want to surrender to Steel City, and that we need to personally discuss the conditions with them." "Yes, Master." Horus's heart was filled with disappointment, yet he said respectfully on the surface. Cartman was already a Starry Sky warlock rank expert, an unparalleled existence in Tyrandot subcontinent, yet he still acted so cautiously and without the slightest flaw, which made Horus extremely disappointed. Before long, the envoys dispatched by White Ivory arrived at St. Colin City. Chapter 185. Eyes of Justice and White Ivory have decided to surrender to me. How could it be so fast? When Yang Feng heard the news from the envoys, he was somewhat puzzled. Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's Ivory were 2 of Tyrandot subcontinent's 6 overlords. They had ancient warlocks' relic sites as their headquarters and were extremely powerful. Yang Feng believed that as long as he was given some time to develop, he would definitely be able to flatten Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's ivory. However, he did not expect such an overlord force to choose to surrender so quickly. Cheyenne came to Yang Feng's side and said resolutely, "That's right, there's definitely a conspiracy." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Why?" Although Yang Feng felt that there seemed to be something wrong, but he also couldn't tell what was wrong. In terms of development potential, Yang Feng's Steel City was indeed far superior to Eyes of Justice and White Elephant's ivory. It was not strange that these two forces chose to surrender to him. Ever since Yang Feng breached St. Colin City, countless large and small human forces in Tyrannid subcontinent had chosen to surrender to him. Eunice was in charge of dealing with the defection of human forces. Although Steel City was still a city, its sphere of influence had already expanded to the point where it could rival the Black Dragon Empire. This still didn't include Rose Garden's forces. If Rose Garden's forces were added, then Yang Feng's forces would be even more formidable and frightening. Cheyenne resolutely and decisively said, "I have studied the leaders of the 6 major forces of Tyrannid subcontinent in detail. Eyes of Justice's Atchison was brimming with ambition, and absolutely wasn't willing to be under others. Moreover, Wild Claw and White Elephant's tusk were like birds of a feather, always exhaling from the same nostrils. Only White Elephant's ivory had surrendered, while Savage Claw hadn't responded. This was definitely abnormal. There must be a conspiracy behind this." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Heh heh, since that's the case, then reply to them. Tell them that if they are sincere, they can come to Rose Garden. Anyway, we have the upper hand. Even if they don't come, we won't lose anything." Cheyenne said, "Yes, Lord." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "How are the preparations for that?" Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified look as she said, "It's ready." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, "Very good." The Taiyan's dukedom was located next to the Satsuma dukedom. It was extremely vast and had a population of more than 1 million. That night, the capital of Duke Taiyan's territory, Palmer City. In the center of Palmer City, in a square lit with countless magic lamps, countless handsome young men and women gathered. Countless handsome young men and women were venting their lust together, and the ground was littered with broken human corpses that had died with grievances. Countless young human boys and girls were tied up like pigs, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. From time to time, naked handsome young men and women would walk up to those young men and women. They would grab one of them as if they were picking food. Then, they would open their mouths and reveal their sharp canine teeth. They would fiercely bite the young men and women's necks and crazily devour their blood. Those handsome men and beautiful women were the vampires and the servants they had created, vampires. Kindred was also a kind of formidable race. After every pureblood kindred reached adulthood, they would possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. Vampires, on the other hand, were pureblood kindred who injected a drop of their blood into other life forms, infecting them and transforming them into their servants. For the past 10,000 years, human warlocks have humiliated and hunted our compatriots, forcing us to flee like stray dogs. Now, it's finally time for us to strike back. As long as I, your monarch, become the god of kindred, then I'll shelter you with supreme divine power. I'll turn the entire Tyrannid subcontinent into our divine country. Any human will become our rations, our livestock, our slaves. Now, pray with all your might. I need your strength to help me ignite my god fire, become a true god, and shelter my race. Rerit spread his hands, a pair of wings unfurled from his back, and his imposing manner rose steadily. Countless moonlight sprinkled on his body, giving him a sacred aura. Mighty Lord Rerit, you're even more noble than the true ancestor, a sacred existence. Mighty Lord Rerit. You're the ruler of myriad races. You're the monarch of the night. You're the sower of fear. Mighty Lord Rerit. You're the monarch of blood. You're the invincible god of war. You're the god of death who controls life and death. Mighty Lord Rerit. We offer our most pious faith to you. Henceforth, after death, we'll return to your divine country. We'll become your shield, and resist all harm for you. We'll become your sword, and slash all enemies for you. Mighty Lord Rerit. May your divine country be held high, and become a star in the sky. In the center of the hall, neat and holy prayers rang out one after another. Many kindred respectfully took out Rerit's icons from their bosoms and placed them in front of them. Those icons were shrouded in a layer of dense faith power. I'll become the god of myriad races, and shelter you. Rerit's eyes burned with the flames of raging ambition. He spread his hands, took a step forward, and bellowed towards the sky. Traces of faith power were extracted from Rerit's icons, and entered Rerit's body. In the center of the venue, hundreds of thousands of kindred prostrated themselves on the ground, and extremely piously recited prayers. Incomparably formidable faith power entered Rerit's body, causing his imposing manner to rise steadily. Suddenly, a golden flame condensed between Rerit's eyebrows. In a flash, his life force underwent a terrifying transformation, transforming into that of a star warlock. Rerit only felt an indescribable comfort from head to toe. His entire person underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. Countless knowledge automatically became clear, and he laughed wildly. Haha, I've already ignited my god fire, and become a demigod. Who in Tyrannid subcontinent can still be my match? At this moment, the black clouds in the sky churned and surged, and the world became dark. A pitch-black spear shot out from the black clouds, tore through space, and stabbed Rerit. No. Why? Why is this happening? Rerit faced upwards and issued an incomparably mournful, heart-wrenching, and lung-splitting scream. Then, like an ant, his body crumbled inch by inch. Idiot, that's because the Tsangji plane doesn't allow people to become gods on their own. Rays of light distorted, and Yang Feng's figure appeared at once. He watched Rerit's body crumble inch by inch, and his eyes flashed with a touch of a complex glint as he slowly sighed. Gods were the most powerful beings in different planes. Compared to the warlock path, the god path had an incomparably huge advantage, and that was that they could live for a very long time. Even feeble divine force rank gods had a lifespan of millions of years. Chapter 186. No matter what kind of life form it was, once it ascended to become a true god, its lifespan would increase exponentially. At the very least, it would have a lifespan of millions of years. The most powerful warlocks who walked the warlock path, such as the first warlock dynasty's Time Lord, the second warlock dynasty's Taboo Lord, the third warlock dynasty's Demonic Divine Lord, the fourth warlock dynasty's Star Lord, the fifth warlock dynasty's Death Lord, the sixth warlock dynasty's Golem Lord, the seventh warlock dynasty's Magic Note Lord, and the eighth warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord. The 8 great warlocks were the most powerful human warlocks of the Tsangji plane. They founded the 8 great warlock dynasties and suppressed and conquered countless planes. However, they still couldn't resist the corrosion of time. Their lifespans were exhausted, falling one after another, turning into piles of yellow earth. Some of the gods from the same era as the Lord of Time were still alive. The difference in lifespan between the two was enough to drive many humans crazy. The spear that pierced Rerit was the strongest secret treasure refined by the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord, the god-murdering spear that had slain countless gods and Tsangji Plane's ancient gods. After the fall of the Time Lord, any creature that ignited their god fire on the Tsangji Plane would be killed by the god-slaying spear. No matter how powerful a warlock is, after they ignite their divine fire, they cannot resist a blow from the god-slayer spear. Only a small portion of people in Tyrannid subcontinent knew about this secret. Among them was the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Cheyenne. Dark Elven clan's cultivation method was diametrically opposed to that of human warlocks. If Cheyenne wanted to break through the legendary realm, she had to become a demigod. But in the Tsangji plane, once you promote to a demigod, you will be killed by the god-slaughtering spear. Therefore, she studied this deeply and came up with a way to break through the bottleneck. That was to lure others to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod. Then, they would seize the opportunity to snatch the broken divine fire of the demigod of death, absorb the divinity within, and transform into a divine creature. No. After Rerit let out a blood-curdling scream, his body completely collapsed and was directly absorbed by the god-slaying spear. 3 golden points of divinity fell from Rerit's remains. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 3 gold divinities. Stop. Die. The bodies of the 25 high-level Blood Clan members flickered and turned into streams of light as they flew toward the 3 golden divinities. They instinctively knew that the 3 golden divinities were top-notch items. You overestimate yourself. Kill them. Yang Feng ordered with a cold smile. Yes. Master. Cheyenne walked out of the shadow beside Yang Feng, smiled sweetly, pointed at the 25 advanced kindred, and said coldly, Divine Judgment. The level for divine spell Divine Judgment instantly erupted. Black rays of light filled with divine power shot out of Cheyenne's lily-white fingers and shone towards the 25 high-ranking vampires. The 25 high-level vampires let out miserable screams when they were illuminated by the black light. Blood flames erupted from their bodies and enveloped them, resisting the judgment of God's judgment. A Mothan mechanical demonic polar bear suddenly burrowed out of the ground and directly charged into the midst of the vampires and vampires. It waved its huge claws and slapped continuously, smashing the vampires and vampires into meat paste. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and a huge ice phoenix suddenly condensed and pounced towards the vampires and kindred. In the wake of the ice phoenix, ice and snow enveloped the land, and all the vampires were frozen into ice sculptures. The mechanical legion that had long been lying in ambush around the Palmer city also started to mobilize at full force, rushing towards the Palmer city. Yang Feng took advantage of this opportunity to reach out and grab the 3 divinities. The 3 divinities entered Yang Feng's body as soon as they fell into his hands. All kinds of knowledge poured into Yang Feng's mind at once, nearly bursting his brain. The 3 divinities were respectively the divinity of massacre, the divinity of blood energy, and the divinity of fear. The 3 divinities contained a trace of knowledge of the laws of massacre, blood energy, and fear. Even if it was just a trace of knowledge of the laws, it was already extremely huge for Yang Feng, nearly bursting his mind. However, Yang Feng had already promoted to a level 2 warlock, and his physical constitution was extremely formidable. He forcibly accepted the huge amount of information. At the same time, the 3 divinities entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and respectively released the formidable divine energy of massacre, divine energy of blood, and divine energy of fear, slowly transforming Yang Feng's body and transforming him into a divine life form. The divine energy of massacre could enhance Yang Feng's massacre instinct, the divine energy of blood could allow Yang Feng to freely manipulate his own and even the enemy's blood, and the divine energy of fear could cause enemies to feel fear towards Yang Feng in battle and weaken their battle prowess. With Yang Feng's current strength as a level 2 warlock, once he encountered an army of ordinary people, he could directly urge the power of the divine energy of fear to cause the army of ordinary people to feel fear and collapse without a fight. The 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots lying in ambush in the Palmer city slaughtered their way into the city, and then with an unstoppable momentum, the kindred and vampires in the Palmer city were utterly routed and their blood flowed like rivers. This is the smell of divinity. Someone has just obtained divinity here. A black radiance descended from the sky and Cartman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, his gaze falling on Yang Feng. Being stared at by Cartman, Yang Feng felt as if he was a frog encountering a venomous snake. Instinctively, his whole body was brimming with fear. At this moment, the soul seed in Yang Feng's spirit sea, a dragon silhouette suddenly issued a roar. The blood inside him boiled and a proud and unyielding will erupted in a flash, dispelling part of the fear towards Cartman. A divine energy of fear erupted inside Yang Feng, absorbing the remaining fear and transforming it into his own power. Did you absorb the divinity here? What a waste of resources. A trifling level, 2 warlock actually absorbed divinity, that's too wasteful. If I kill you now, I should be able to extract the divinity. Although there will be some losses, but there's nothing I can do about it. Cartman carelessly swept Yang Feng with a glance, then extended his hand and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, a pitch-black demonic chi hand appeared and grabbed towards Yang Feng. Starry Sky Warlock. How come there's a Starry Sky Warlock here? Even though Yang Feng restrained his fear towards Cartman, but when faced with Cartman's attack, he still felt a sense of powerlessness. Among ordinary people, level 2 warlocks were already considered extremely powerful, but in front of Starry Sky Warlocks, they were still as weak as ants. An azure light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. The level 4 spell Sky Flower Water Curtain was launched, and countless water elemental particles formed a light curtain that firmly protected him. When the black demonic chi hand grabbed the Sky Flower Water Curtain, it immediately crumbled and shattered. Starry Sky Warlock, this guy, he's a Starry Sky Warlock. Yang Feng gave a furious roar and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. The mechanical black dragon, Yang Feng's trump card, instantly flew out, flapped its wings and madly flew towards Cartman. The mechanical black dragon was refined from the corpse of the ancient black dragon Vedarnia. It was the most powerful among his mechanical battle beasts, with terrifying battle prowess infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. It was his trump card and trump card. When the mechanical black dragon appeared, it swept its huge tail and, as if empty tie was pressing down, it directly slammed towards Cartman. A bit interesting. This alchemical golem has battle prowess infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Cartman's eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism, he gave a fierce roar, his figure shook, and he slammed his fist on the mechanical black dragon's tail. Boom! A terrifying blare sounded, the scales on the mechanical black dragon's tail exploded, and countless parts splashed about. Cartman was also sent flying tens of meters away from the huge blow, a trace of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yang Feng promptly tore apart a fixed teleportation scroll, and a powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped him in a flash. It's no use. In front of a devil emperor, any spatial magic is useless. Cartman smiled coldly and pointed at Yang Feng. The spatial fluctuations shrouding Yang Feng disappeared in an instant, and the scroll in his hand exploded into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Divine Judgment. When they heard Yang Feng's call, the great warlocks who were slaughtering kindred rushed over. Without demur, Cheyenne cast the level 4 divine spell Divine Judgment. Streams of darkness divine power condensed into black divine light and madly shot towards Cartman. Divine Judgment? It's pretty powerful. You're a pretty woman, very good, very suitable to be my childbearing machine. Cartman smiled faintly, then erupted with boundless demonic chi, which formed a demonic force shield. The streams of divine judgment divine light shone on the magic power shield, issuing sizzling sounds, yet were unable to penetrate the magic power shield. Cheyenne's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yang Feng. She stared at Cartman, and her eyes flashed with a touch of bewilderment. You're not Eyes of Justice's Atchison, who the hell are you? Dephilia's figure shook, and she arrived next to Yang Feng. She stared at Cartman, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. She could feel the terrifying life force exuding from Cartman, the terrifying life force of the legendary Starry Sky Warlock rank. Cartman glanced at the void, and said loftily, "I'm the Demon Emperor Cartman from the Demonist Plane. You lowly humans, if you submit to me, then I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Even those women who are hiding at the side are no exception." Chapter 187. Where Cartman's gaze swept, light distorted and Carolina slowly walked out. She stood beside Yang Feng and stared at Cartman, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of graveness. Yang Feng was very clear that Tyrannid subcontinent's situation was unstable. In order to obtain such a precious treasure as divinity, he had no choice but to personally set out with his true body. But before coming out, he had also gathered the strongest experts he could muster. The combination of Carolina, Cheyenne and Dephilia, the three great warlocks, was enough to deal with any Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlocks. Even if Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's experts set up an ambush, they could still protect Yang Feng and break through the encirclement. But they never would have thought that they would actually encounter a demigod rank expert like Cartman. Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor, that's a demon comparable to a feeble divine force rank god. The pretty complexions of Carolina and the other two women changed, their hearts brimming with shock. If it was an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock, or even a slightly weaker Starry Sky Warlock, then Carolina and the other two plus Yang Feng's more than a dozen level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts could still put up a fight. But the Demon Emperor's avatar comparable to a god, even if it only possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength, its understanding of power and combat understanding was still far from what Carolina and the other two women could compare to. The reason why Cartman was able to casually interrupt Yang Feng's level for fixed teleportation scroll was because his control over power and space had reached an unimaginably terrifying realm. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint and he said respectfully, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor Cartman, I am Steel City's Grand Marshal Yang Feng. It's not impossible for us to submit to you. Please show us your invincible strength. Only then will you be able to convince us and make us willingly serve you." Cartman gave a complacent smile as if a cat playing with a mouse and said, "You're Steel City's Yang Feng? Huh, it seems that my luck is pretty good. Tell me, how do you want me to show my strength? Defeat all of you? Our Steel City's alchemy is unparalleled. I have a few of the best puppets refined by Steel City. I heard that the demon race has tyrannical physical bodies and dual cultivators. If your Majesty can completely destroy these peak puppets with your physical body, then Steel City is willing to serve you." Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. 2 Amani Lightwing Ice Birds, 2 Kalaman Boas, 1 Bunman Hurricane Wolf, 1 Fire Lion, plus the mechanical black dragon in the sky, a total of 7 level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared in front of him. Cartman swept a glance at the 7 mechanical battle beasts and said with a slight smile, "Interesting, your Steel City's alchemy is really impressive. You can actually refine so many mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary lifeforms. Alright, I promise you that I'll show you how powerful I am." Demons had always been proud of their tyrannical physical bodies. For the Demon Emperor Cartman, the 7 level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts were just a small inconvenience. As long as he expended a bit of strength, then he would be able to tear the 7 mechanical battle beasts into pieces. He didn't have to worry about anything. Yang Feng said with a respectful expression, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, your strength is unparalleled. I'm just a trifling level 2 warlock. If I were to watch the fight from such a close distance, then I'm afraid that a casual punch from you would kill me. Please allow me to retreat by 20 kilometers and watch the fight from a distance of 20 kilometers. The hundreds of thousands of kindred and vampires in the Palmer City, as well as Yang Feng's 200,000 mechanical legion's primary battle robots, were engulfed by the nuclear explosions, and were completely annihilated. He's still not dead. Quickly get rid of him. Don't give him a chance to recover, or else, the ones to die in the future will be us. The mushroom clouds of the nuclear explosions had yet to disperse, when Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed, and he said sternly. From the mechanical black dragon's extremely powerful scanning system, Yang Feng saw that in the center of the nuclear explosions, there was an extremely dilapidated black cocoon, emitting extremely formidable fluctuations of power. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and opened a portal. She, Carolina, and Cheyenne entered the portal, and then appeared in front of the black cocoon. Saint Rose Great Radiance Purification. Carolina's entire body shone with a holy white radiance, as if a goddess of light. She raised the semi-divine armament Rose Divine Mirror, and aimed it at the black cocoon. An extremely pure divine light shot out from the Rose Divine Mirror, and shone on the black cocoon. The originally dilapidated black cocoon, under the illumination of the pure divine light, collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, Cartman's extremely mournful screams were transmitted. Disintegrate. Before Cheyenne promoted to a high priestess, she was a legend wizard among the dark elves. She pointed with her lily-white hand, and cast the level, for instant death spell Disintegrate. A disintegration ray fell on the black magic cocoon. The black magic cocoon instantly disintegrated and completely shattered, revealing Cartman inside the black magic cocoon. At this moment, Cartman's hands had already been blown away, one of his eyes was blind, and his whole body was badly mutilated. One could even see the eerie white bones and squirming internal organs. Despite this, he still hadn't died. Demonic chi coiled around him, and he slowly recovered. His body was covered with the remains of the semi-divine armament White Elephant armor. Obviously, it was this semi-divine armament that had saved his life. Carolina and the other two women were shocked when they saw this scene. The nuclear warhead's might, when detonated at close range, was equivalent to a Moonlight Warlock's all-out strike, and could kill an unguarded Starry Sky Warlock. Cartman, who had fallen into Yang Feng's trap, was hit by 6 nuclear warheads, yet he still hadn't died. His strength and terror could be well imagined. "You're all going to die." A voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell spat out from Cartman's mouth, which exposed his gums and was extremely terrifying. Cartman opened his mouth, and a demonic light shot out, directly piercing through Carolina's life force cover. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying several tens of meters away. Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix. Dephilia's pretty complexion changed. She silently recited an incantation, and pointed with her lily-white finger. Suddenly, countless ice auras condensed into a 30-meter-long ice phoenix, and pounced towards Cartman. Wherever the ice phoenix passed, countless ice fragments scattered in the air. It was clear that the moisture in the air was instantly frozen into ice beads. In a flash, the ice phoenix pounced on Cartman, and directly froze half of his body. Cartman turned his remaining eye and glanced at Dephilia. Suddenly, a magical radiance flickered in his eyes. "Mom!" As if she had seen the most terrifying thing in her life, Dephilia screamed, fell to the ground, rolled around in pain, and started crying loudly like a weak and helpless little girl. Mage's disjunction. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She cast the level, for destruction spell Mage's disjunction, and a ray of disjunction shot towards Cartman. Cartman opened his mouth, and ejected a black tongue that collided with the ray of disjunction. The black tongue was directly disintegrated, and the mage's disjunction was also broken. Chapter 188. Cartman's figure shook, and he suddenly appeared in front of Cheyenne, before kicking at her. Wall of darkness. Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She silently recited an incantation, and the semi-divine armament dark scepter in her hand blossomed with black divine radiance. The black divine radiance interweaved and condensed, forming a wall shrouded in darkness. Boom! Cartman kicked the arm guard of darkness, causing the arm guard of darkness to tremble, and countless cracks appeared on it. Cheyenne's beautiful face turned pale. It was the first time that she had seen someone seriously injure her wall of darkness with a single blow. At this moment, a peerlessly terrifying aura descended from the sky. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, suddenly flew down, and whipped at Cartman with its enormous tail. Bang! Cartman was whipped by the mechanical black dragon, and was sent flying, before crashing into the ground. Suddenly, grotesque radiation tumors emerged on his body, causing him to issue extremely painful and sorrowful howls. The heavy radiation from the nuclear explosion not only heavily injured Cartman, but also caused his body to undergo a tremendous change. Rumbling sounds echoed in the sky. Lightning supersonic fighters abruptly flew out from the clouds, loaded with Gauss machine cannons as they frantically swept towards Cartman. Under the bombardment of the densely packed Gauss cannons, Cartman screamed endlessly with blood splattering all over his body. A mammoth heavy-duty bomber loaded with all kinds of bombs dropped from the sky, before ferociously crashing into Cartman's location. With a loud bang, the mammoth heavy-duty bomber instantly self-detonated, and a small mushroom cloud rose once again. According to the analysis of the portable fortified stronghold's intelligent computer, the might of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber's self-detonation was comparable to that of an offensive spell cast by a great warlock. However, the flying speed of a mammoth heavy-duty bomber was too slow. In actual combat, it was basically unable to hit a great warlock. Cartman was truly formidable to the extreme. Even though he was hit by the mammoth heavy-duty bomber's self-detonation, he still didn't die. He merely spouted a large mouthful of black demonic blood, endured the pain, and shot away from his location. If he dared to stay in place, then the countless mechanical legions would definitely blow him up. Icebound fetters. When Dephilia saw this scene, a strange glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took out the legendary secret treasure ice snow box, opened it, and silently chanted an incantation, pointing at Cartman. Two streams of white cold air shot out of the ice and snow box and flew to Cartman's feet like chains, instantly sealing his legs in ice. Cartman was greatly alarmed and struggled with all his might. Countless demonic energy gushed out and shattered the ice under his feet. The three mammoth heavy-duty bombers dropped down once more, slamming into Cartman's body and exploding. Three mushroom clouds rose into the sky, blasting Cartman into a bloody mess. Another huge crack appeared on the remains of the semi-divine armament white elephant armor on his body. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon had finished accumulating energy. It opened its bloody mouth and shot a dragon breath cannon at Cartman. The mechanical black dragon's most powerful dragon breath cannon instantly vaporized Cartman's lower body, causing him to scream once again. "You damned human ants, how dare you injure me! I will never let you off. Wait until I recover from my injuries, then it will be your doomsday. I will capture you one by one and torture you endlessly day and night for 500 years. Cartman uttered an extremely vicious curse. What remained of his lower body turned into a black ray of light and fled into the distance. The 1 million level, 8 primary battle robots stationed in St. Colin City entered the dimensional personnel carriers one after another. The dimensional personnel carriers then quickly entered the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft suddenly took off and, under the escort of several thousand Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, moved towards Eyes of Justice. The Level 4 humanoid robots that couldn't enter the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters quickly assembled and then rushed towards Eyes of Justice. A large number of dimensional personnel carriers filled with high-energy crystals followed beside the humanoid robots, ready to replenish their energy at any time. 800,000 level, 8 primary battle robots of various types walked out of Giant Stone City and boarded the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft as they moved towards Eyes of Justice. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, the ground of Giant Stone City split open and an enormous sphere with a diameter of 500 meters flew out of Giant Stone City. That enormous sphere was covered with all kinds of thick cannons and equipped with all kinds of weapons. At a glance, one could tell that it was an incomparably ferocious war-fortified stronghold. This enormous sphere floating in the air was the most powerful weapon Yang Feng currently possessed, the Level 1 portable fortified stronghold. Shortly after the Level 1 portable fortified stronghold flew out, another Level 1 portable fortified stronghold flew out. Yang Feng had made a total of 3 Level 1 portable fortified strongholds. He had made up his mind that if he couldn't survive in Tyrannid subcontinent, then he would flee to another place. Now that he had mobilized 2 Level 1 portable fortified strongholds and exposed his trump card, he decided to get rid of Cartman in one fell swoop. At the very least, he would eliminate all of Cartman's subordinates in Tyrannid subcontinent. After the 2 armed mobile strongholds took off, they quickly flew in the direction of Eyes of Justice's nest. Under the pursuit of the several thousand lightning supersonic fighters dispatched by Yang Feng, Cartman cut a sorry figure as he fled. The legendary dagger kiss of the damned that was stabbed into his body would erupt with curses from time to time, causing him unbearable pain and abruptly reducing his speed. Then, he would be overtaken by the lightning supersonic fighters. Moreover, the legendary dagger kiss of the damned would always emit a peculiar fluctuation of curses that even Cartman couldn't conceal. It was also impossible for Cartman to pull out the kiss of the damned. Once he pulled out the kiss of the damned due to his lack of strength, then he would be captured without putting up a fight. If the legendary dagger kiss of the damned hadn't been stabbed into Cartman's body, then, by relying on his ability, he would have already quietly escaped from Yang Feng and his party's pursuit. Cartman didn't have any leeway to choose, he could only madly flee towards Eyes of Justice's direction. The chase lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, before Cartman finally erupted and directly fled into Eyes of Justice's territory. Your Majesty! As soon as Cartman entered Eyes of Justice, his 8 subordinates brought more than 100 level 3 warlock-rank demon experts to greet Cartman. Cartman opened his mouth and inhaled. The more than 100 advanced demon generals with battle prowess comparable to level 3 warlock rank exploded one after another, turning into mists of blood that entered his mouth. The 8 great warlock rank demon commanders stood respectfully to the side, watching everything with indifference. Among demons, the strong were revered. A demon emperor like Cartman, even more so, regarded his subordinates as pigs and dogs. Only a demon commander rank expert would make him slightly attach importance to them. As for advanced demon generals, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. His hands and feet, which had just grown back, instantly turned into ashes. More than half of the mountain range where Eyes of Justice's headquarters was located had collapsed due to the explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads. The explosions of the dozens of nuclear warheads had caused the 8 great warlock-rank demon commanders to be insta-killed without being able to display the slightest bit of their strength. Dephilia couldn't help but inhale a mouthful of cold air when she saw that Eyes of Justice's headquarters had completely disappeared and the mountain range had collapsed. She exclaimed, "What a terrifying weapon! The might of such a weapon is too terrifying." Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She smiled but didn't say anything. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she said faintly, I finally understand why he doesn't rashly use this weapon. This powerful weapon has a huge weakness. Dephilia promptly asked, what weakness? Romulage also pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Carolina said with a smile, this weapon has to explode in order to display its terrifying might. So long as the carrier of this weapon is sealed before the explosion, or it is transferred to another place using a teleportation spell, then it won't have any power. If handled well, then it can be used to deal with its original owner. Young Feng walked over from the side and said with a slight smile, that's right. As expected of Carolina, your eyes are sharp. The greatest weakness of this weapon is that it's hard to hit the enemy. If it encounters a targeted spell, then it will instead become a sharp weapon in the hands of the enemy. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks had conquered many planes, absorbed the knowledge of countless different planes and created countless strange spells. Among the level 4 spells, there were sealing spells, teleportation spells and many other targeted spells. Sealing spells could directly seal missiles carrying nuclear warheads, while teleportation spells could instead teleport missiles carrying nuclear warheads to Yang Feng's mechanical legion. The nuclear warheads would then explode in the midst of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. When attacking Eyes of Justice's headquarters, Yang Feng first bombarded it to probe the reaction of Eyes of Justice's demons. Only then did he decisively launch dozens of nuclear warheads, directly razing Eyes of Justice's demon lair to the ground. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of horror and he exclaimed, that guy still hasn't died. What kind of freak is he? Why is his life force so tenacious? From the mechanical Black Dragon's energy scanning system, Yang Feng could clearly sense that there were fluctuations of life being emitted from the center of the nuclear explosion. Carolina promptly said, from this life force, he should have been seriously injured and his strength should have dropped to an extremely low level. Let's go take a look. Carolina, Cheyenne and Dephilia's figures shook and they rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. At the same time, Carolina smoothly grabbed Yang Feng and, as if carrying a cargo, rushed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. The center of the nuclear explosion was heavily contaminated with radiation. If an ordinary person were to enter such an area, they would definitely be courting death and would suffer from the radiation. But Carolina and the other two were great warlocks, their bodies were comparable to extraordinary life forms and they didn't fear the radiation. Only if they were hit by a nuclear warhead at close range would their life force be destroyed, then the radiation would invade their bodies and disgusting radiation tumors would grow. In the center of the nuclear explosion, Cartman, who had lost his hands and feet and was blind in one eye, was still struggling in pain. He had only half of his body left and his demonic chi had collapsed. But his aura was already far from being as formidable and invincible as it was the first time he saw him. The damaged Cartman stared fixedly at Yang Feng and his party, his eyes brimming with resentment, and he said while stressing each syllable, "You ants, you dare to injure the clone of the mighty demon Emperor Cartman. The mighty demon Emperor Cartman won't let you off. This world's human warlocks have already declined and the era of our demon race is coming. The entire Zhangji Plain has our demon race planar passageways, this is just one of them. What you killed today was just an insignificant clone of Cartman. So long as my clone dies, a curse will befall you. As long as you're less than 10,000 kilometers away, my true body will sense your existence, descend to your side and kill you all. If you're tactful, then surrender to me now. Wait for my true body to descend, then I'll naturally give you great benefits, allowing you to break through your bottleneck and promote to Starry Sky Warlocks." When Carolina and the other two heard that, their eyebrows creased slightly and their beautiful eyes revealed traces of dread. They could clearly sense the truth in Cartman's words. A good chance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. He took out a huge syringe, stepped forward and fiercely stabbed Cartman with it, forcibly extracting a vial of pitch-black demonic blood from Cartman's body. Although Cartman's avatar was Acheson's body, but what flowed within it was Cartman's demonic blood. Only the true demonic blood comparable to a god's could allow a great warlock to directly promote to a demigod. Begin analysis. The blood is a blood sample of a level 12 life form. According to the Zhangji Plane's classification of ranks, it should be a Moonlight Warlock rank expert. According to the other plane's classification of ranks, it should be a Feeble Divine Force rank expert. Continue the analysis. According to the analysis, to completely analyze the blood, it would take 30 years to use only the computing power of a single optical computer. 2 optical computers would take 15 years, 3 optical computers would take 10 years. How many optical computers would it take to use the computing power? Yang Feng created 3 portable fortified strongholds, each of which had 3 optical computers. The computing power and analytical power of each optical computer was more than 100 times that of the combined computing power of all the computers on Earth. Yang Feng thought for a moment and then made a choice. First, use the computing power of one of the optical computers to analyze. Yang Feng needed the computing power of the optical computers on his path of cultivation, such as analyzing elixirs, constructing spell models, analyzing all kinds of spell models and so on. Yang Feng wasn't in a hurry to analyze Cartman's blood. After all, he only had the cultivation of a level 2 warlock at present. After extracting Cartman's demonic blood, Yang Feng injected a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Cartman's body. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.